Chapter 3977. Boom. Rumble. Not long after, the spirit battle cry was fully activated once again. Hundreds of thousands of large and small fortresses of the enemy camp were destroyed. Clear sounds of tearing rang out like rain, covering the sky and earth. Nearly 1,000,000 miles of void space was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void space turbulence was shot out. Among them, at a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a black hole-like void whirlpool, all located in the void space in front of the huge trumpet mouth, separated by a certain distance from each other. One had to admit that such a scene was indeed frightening enough, and it was a ghastly sight. But all this did not frighten the commanders of this elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance. A Sector Lord Old Monster roared and gave the order to immediately launch the third wave of attacks. The void ahead had already been torn apart, turning into an isolation zone that acted as a barrier. Not only could the battleships not pass through this vast area of 1,000,000 miles, even the energy light beam fired by the battleship cannons could not pass through. The more than 800,000 large and small fortresses of the elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance did not hesitate to split into two, avoiding this isolation zone, and simultaneously launched the third wave of attacks. This was forcing the demons to reveal their true trump card. The three Sector Lord Old Monsters of the Myriad Races Alliance stationed this elite fleet only had to push this battle to a white-hot level as soon as possible, and let the final decisive battle arrive. The several immortal old monsters of their camp made them extremely confident in the final result of this battle. The demon race would definitely be conquered today, but all this had to be done before the forces of the races of the second universe, the human race of the third universe, and the power of the Myriad Races Alliance arrived. As soon as the entire fleet arrived, they immediately launched 3 waves of attacks without stopping. Their purpose was to force the demon's trump card, which was the immortal old monster, to make a move. Once this person appeared, the 4 immortal old monsters prepared by the Alliance hidden in the dark would immediately descend and kill him in one fell swoop. At that time, everything would be settled. Rumble. Boom, violent explosions rang out one after another, and the void was illuminated. The vast expanse of void outside the defensive perimeter of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had been completely transformed into a cruel land of blood and fire. Every minute, every second, there were battleships exploding, and there were lives withering. In the void, countless energy light beams of various sizes interweaved into a net, vividly displaying the beauty of desolation and destruction. It even revealed the brilliance of blooming radiance. Half a day later, the elite fleet of the Alliance that had passed through the left and right sides of the void vortex finally succeeded in meeting. In this half a day, nearly 200,000 large and small fortresses were blown into space dust. At this time, after passing through the void vortex area and successfully meeting, these 600,000 large and small fortresses were only 1,000,000 miles away from the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. The main ship cannons of any battleship in the fleet had entered the firing range, and were ready to directly bombard any of the 3 stars of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. In the command cabin on the top floor of the main flagship fortress, a Sector Lord Old Monster's sinister laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. Kikik, although we have paid a heavy price, but today, we have finally forced them into the firing range of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. Past this old man's order, all battleships, immediately go all out to charge, and launch the last wave of attacks in 30 seconds. Concentrate your firepower and blow up the demonic Emperor 2, 600,000 large and small fortresses and 600,000 terrifying energy light beams of antimatter death ray cannons. If all of them were to focus on one point and lock onto the demonic Emperor 2, by then, even the energy shield of the demonic Emperor 2 stars would not be able to withstand and would be blown apart. In this way, the final result was more than 90% that the entire star would be blown into a pile of space dust. A total of 600,000 Black Death Ray energy light beams were enough to blow the demonic Emperor 2 stars into pieces, and one of the two demonic Emperor 3 stars would be history, and one of the two satellites would disappear forever in the river of history. Among them, this was the vicious plan of the 3-sector Lord Old Monsters, using this to force the demonic Emperor 2 stars to make a move. As the order was given, the 600,000 large and small fortresses that had approached the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars ceased fire at this moment, but the huge main ship cannons began to adjust their direction, all pointing at the demonic Emperor 2 stars a million miles away. The purpose of this action was too obvious. They were clearly going to launch a barrage and completely blow up the demonic Emperor 2 stars. In the void, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars were aghast as they exclaimed, "Heavens, this bunch of bastards are definitely crazy, charging forward at all costs. Their final goal is finally revealed. Too arrogant, they actually want to make a move on the demonic Emperor 3 stars." 600,000 large and small fortresses launching a barrage of main ship cannons, they are clearly going to completely wipe out the demonic Emperor 2 stars. Stop them, we must stop them immediately. It's too late, at most 30 seconds, this barrage will begin, there's no way to stop it. Amidst the exclamations, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars had ashen faces. They were too careless, they actually didn't see through the enemy's plan, allowing these 600,000 large and small fortresses to complete their rapid advance in just half a day, approaching the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars and entering the effective range to directly bombard the demonic Emperor 3 stars. After this round of barrage, even if the demonic Emperor 2 stars was not completely destroyed, it would be half crippled and would be removed from the stage of history. For the demonic Emperor, this was definitely an unbearable and heavy loss, and it might even endanger the foundation of their race. After all, in addition to a large number of demonic Emperor 2 stars and clan powerhouses, there were also countless important facilities on the demonic Emperor 2 stars. For the demonic Emperor 2 stars, this was definitely a strategic level foundation. There was no room for error. However, all of this was destroyed in just 30 seconds. Thinking of this consequence, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars, led by the current demonic Emperor Mo Wen Tian, were all enraged, their eyes turning red. Xiao. It was also at this moment, a sharp sound suddenly came from the void in the distance. Because the speed was so fast, the sound of breaking through the air could be clearly heard in the background of this rumbling explosion. Subconsciously, the eyes of the upper echelons and countless powerhouses of the two sides all gathered towards the sound. Chapter 3978. At the most critical moment, Yi Xian finally returned. Riding the void-shattering shuttle that was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end, he directly charged into the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars. The distance of tens of millions of kilometers was actually crossed in a short span of time. Even the Realm Master Old Monsters were shocked when they saw this. This speed was definitely not inferior to theirs. Even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters could not match it. Today, it was displayed on a small private battleship that was only 1,000 meters long. This was too shocking. In the surrounding void, cries of alarm rang out like a tide. Countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air as hissing sounds could be heard. Heavens, what happened? Where did such a terrifying small private battleship come from? It is indeed terrifying. With this speed, even the Sector Lord Old Monsters would be shocked. A large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would not be able to catch up at all. It would be thrown out of the way. True space travel, but it is like jumping through the void. In less than a breath, it is already tens of millions of li. This is too abnormal. Black technology. It is definitely black technology. It is like a great space battle with the devil brother Mo Jinfeng. It is simply shocking. It should be right. He called himself this king and said that he came back. Who else could the owner of this small private battleship be but the devil brother Mo Jinfeng? Space treasure. This is definitely a space treasure grade small private battleship. The Devil Brother is too heaven-defying. Refining equipment is like cheating. Even the master refiners of the human race camp have never heard of anyone who could create a space treasure grade battleship, but it appeared in his hands. Following the exclamations, Yi Xian stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle. With a wave of his hand, he stored it into the undying world within his body. Previously, the situation was urgent and he had no choice but to use the void-shattering shuttle. Although this small private battleship had undergone the last refinement and looked different from when it was exposed in Prince Xian's hands, his shadow was still there. If he left it outside, it would be spied on. After a long time, he was worried that his identity would be exposed. If that was the case, Prince Xian's identity would be exposed. Although his foundation was far from what it was in the past after experiencing the fortune of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian didn't want to expose Prince Xian's identity and bring trouble to Triumph City because of it. A large batch of resources and battleships had just been sent over. What Triumph City needed now was time to develop. First Order Star-Lord. This. As Yi Xian's figure appeared, the upper echelons of the Devil Royal family heaved a sigh of relief. But then, they all gasped in shock. The cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body was clearly at the first level of the Star-Lord level. Although he had activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and entered the true form of the three-headed, six-armed Devil Ape, he was still able to possess the battle prowess of a Star-Lord. However, Yi Xian was clearly in his human form, which meant that the Star-Lord cultivation he was displaying was his true strength. Another breakthrough. How many days had it been? He actually became a star-old monster in a flash. These thoughts flashed in their minds. The upper echelons of the Devil Royal family, led by the current Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, turned to look at each other, their faces full of shock and confusion. One had to know that when he left the Demon Emperor planet, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation was only at the third level of the universe. In fact, even that early-stage universe realm cultivation level, he had just broken through not long ago. Who would have thought that after leaving for a few days, he would break through again? Moreover, it was several small levels in a row, directly jumping from Third Order Universe Realm to First Order Star-Lord. This was simply unheard of, too inconceivable. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. His human form instantly transformed, and an ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the air. Then, he used the 9 Devil Ape Transformation bloodline ability. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. First Transformation. With a violent roar, the ancient Devil Ape's body size suddenly increased, and an inexplicable bloodline power surged in his body instantly, converging into a tide-like power. The ancient Devil Ape's 3 true forms Qi, blood, and cultivation power were greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, the body of the ancient Devil Ape, which was only 100 feet tall, directly jumped to 1,000 feet tall. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Second Transformation. After the second roar, the familiar feeling came again, and the ancient Devil Ape real form soared to 1,000 feet tall. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Third Transformation. With another roar, as the third transformation of the ancient Devil Ape was launched, the surging Qi and blood power in the 3 true forms soared again, surging like a roaring river, directly driving the ancient Devil Ape real form with 3 heads and 6 arms to expand rapidly like a balloon. From the original height of 1,000 feet, it quickly reached 100,000 feet. However, that was obviously not the end. The last roar was heard at this moment. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Fourth Transformation. The roar shook the surroundings. The 3 heads of the ancient Devil Ape roared at the same time, and a corner of the void trembled slightly. The ancient Devil Ape's bloodline true form, which was 30,000 feet tall, instantly became 10 times larger like a balloon that had been blown up, reaching a terrifying height of 100,000 feet. In the end, when the ancient devil ape's body was fixed at a terrifying height of 300,000 m, the aura it emanated had risen by an entire realm. It had risen from the first rank of the Star Lord realm when Yi Xian was in human form to the first rank of the Region Lord realm. In just 2 breaths, his strength had increased by a whole realm. He had transformed into a Star Lord into a Domain Lord. Coupled with the monstrous blood energy inside his body that was as vast as a sea of smoke, it was absolutely infuriating. Now, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to fight with an ordinary Sector Lord old monster. The countless experts on both sides in the void were completely dumbfounded by all of this. However, Yi Xian didn't stop. This was because when he'd just arrived and was still in the distant void, he'd already seen through the danger that the demon guard was facing. A calamity that could be called a calamity was about to descend. The only reason he had risked exposing his identity as Prince Xian and summoned the void-shattering shuttle to rush to the defense of the 3 stars as quickly as possible was to prevent all of this from happening. Boom! With a wave of his hand, one of the 4 battle garrisons of the undying world in his body was summoned. It was entirely crimson, and it was exactly the Blood Mosquito battle garrisons. Chapter 3979. Space Battle. Courting Death. Yi Xian appeared and charged into the inner defensive circle of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars at an extremely fast speed. He just so happened to be in the middle of Demon Guard 2, which had already been locked onto as the target of the bombardment, and the 600,000 strongholds, large and small, that were 500,000 kilometers away. Seeing this, one of the 3 Sector Lord old monsters of the enemy camp laughed sinisterly. His killing intent soared to the sky as he gave the order to fire with all his might. In the next instant, the main cannons of the 600,000 strongholds opened fire at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of antimatter death ray energy beams weaved into a net and shot towards Demon Guard 2. Yi Xian's figure didn't move. He and the Blood Mosquito battle claw beneath his feet would definitely be the first to charge forward. If nothing unexpected happened, these 600,000+ Black Death light cannons would continue forward after blasting Yi Xian and the Blood Mosquito battle claw into pieces. In the end, Demon Guard 2 wouldn't be able to escape today's calamity. Yi Xian had long since expected all of this, but he wasn't afraid at all. As the Blood Mosquito War Claw was activated, he immediately gave the order to attack with all his might at the beehive's main node. Wang, the Mosquito Beast Prince Shui Ben immediately responded. With a light whistle, the order was transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes. The intense high-frequency buzzing sound produced by the mosquito beasts flapping their wings rang out. 40 million fierce mosquito beasts flapped their wings at the same time and gathered together. They gathered from the beehive nodes towards the core node of the 9th circle. This large piece of space was about to be disturbed to the point of trembling at this moment. Screech! In less than a second, a sharp roar rang out. An invisible shockwave rushed out from the mouth of the Blood Mosquito War Array. After being amplified by the War Raw's special form, when it left the largest outer layer of the War Array, this invisible shockwave had already blown out wrinkles in the space. Its speed was extremely fast. An invisible ripple similar to the dense fish scales on the surface of the water spread out in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Then, it collided head-on with the pillars of energy from the cannons on the opposite side. Shio! Shio! An incomparably sharp sound of air being torn apart abruptly rang out. As the void was pushed forward in the shape of a huge fan of fish scales, all of the energy beams that came into contact with the airship cannon, without exception, all of them abruptly paused. Then, as if they were affected by some kind of powerful reverse thrust, all of them turned around and shot back. Moreover, they shot back in a state of continuous acceleration, at least twice as fast as when they came. Hundreds of thousands of Black Death ray energy beams were completely repelled and shot back at an even faster speed. In less than half a second, they blasted into the fortresses of various sizes that had just shot them out. Boom! Rumble, a series of deafening booms rang out one after another. A dense rain of explosions filled the air. Millions of miles ahead, at the very front of the enemy camp, huge fireballs appeared one after another. The 600,000 battleships had just fired a round of shots, and in less than 3 seconds, the cannons had turned around and fired back. This was too shocking. Caught off guard, not many battleships could avoid this strange bombardment. Huge fireballs exploded one after another, illuminating that corner of the void. It was as if a large number of stars were exploding. The power was earth-shattering. Even if these battleships propped up energy defensive shields, it was useless. The distance of the beam of light that was shot back was not far, and the speed was too fast. It was twice as fast as when it was shot out. Caught off guard, it led to such a tragic result. A round of bombardment finally buried themselves. Of the 600,000 fortresses of various sizes, except for some of the stronger masters who rushed out of the fortresses in time and escaped into the void with a horrified look on their faces and avoided this disaster, all the other masters were turned into flying ashes in the continuous explosions. If it were in the past, even if the blood mosquito war beast launched a full-power attack, it would not be able to create such a shocking effect. After all, the distance was too close. The structure of the Starry Sky War Beast was destined to maximize its power. It must be amplified by a certain distance. Although the distance of 1,000,000 miles was enough for the special frequency hurricane in the mouth of the War Beast to form a fan-shaped shockwave, it was still too close after all, and the amplification was not maximized. If it was in the past, although the Blood Mosquito War Wolf's all-out attack would be able to block more than half of the energy pillars, there would definitely be a few that would escape the net and still pose a threat to Yi Xian and the Blood Mosquito War Wolf. Even Demon Guard too would be affected to some extent. But now, after experiencing the good fortune of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, all problems no longer existed. The Thunder Pool Spirit Mist caused all the mosquito beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes, including the mosquito prince Shuaben, to have their strength increase explosively. Their life levels had also increased by quite a bit. As a result, the might of the Blood Mosquito War Beast's full power attack had already surpassed its previous strength by a few times. Even if it was at a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, it was sufficient to destroy all of these 600,000 strongholds. At this point, the danger of Demon Guard 2's destruction had been resolved, and it was even to the extent that the curtains to the suppression of the Devilman race had almost been drawn. The 1,000,000+ battleships dispatched by the alliance of clans had been completely destroyed, and only a few experts had escaped from the battleships. Amongst them included those 3 old fellows at the World Lord realm. However, after they charged out of their respective flagship strongholds with astounded expressions, they didn't even stop for a moment, and they immediately shot towards the distance like stray dogs at the first possible moment. It was useless even if they stayed behind. After activating the Devil Ape bloodline within his body and entering the state of the Devil Ape true body, his cultivation had attained the Region Lord realm. Coupled with the powerful vital energy within his enormous true body, he was already capable of defeating the Devilman race beast under the circumstances that he didn't utilize any other ability. He was able to fight for supremacy with the World Lord realm. But in reality, he'd only utilized one of the 4 war talismans in his possession. Especially the Golden Time talisman, it could even crush Eternal Realm experts, so merely 3 old fellows at the World Lord realm didn't possess the qualifications to fight it at all. In reality, there was utterly no need for them to stay behind because their mission was complete. Even though the true reserves of the Devilman race hadn't appeared, it was the same as Mo Jinfeng showing himself. The 4 Eternal Realm experts of the Alliance that were hiding in the shadows were about to descend very soon, and they would attack at the same time to annihilate Mo Jinfeng. In that way, they would be able to force the Eternal Realm experts of the Devilman race to show themselves. In practically the next instant, numerous furious roars that shook the heavens resounded from 4 different directions in the distance. The 4 Eternal Realm experts of the Alliance of Clans had finally descended. Roar! Roar! Little Mo, you've finally shown yourself. Let me see how you'll escape calamity today. Chapter 3980. The 4 Immortal Realm Masters descended at the same time. Before their figures appeared, the terrifying Immortal Realm pressure had already shaken this part of the void. The universe tens of millions of miles away was dead silent. More than half of the Demon Dweller star area seemed to have been imprisoned at this moment. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression in the void. It felt like an Immortal Realm old monster with monstrous demonic flames. Just one Immortal Realm old monster was enough to suppress a part of the void. Now that 4 Immortal Realm old monsters had arrived together, the Demon Dweller star area was destined to experience a test of life and death today. Crack! A crisp sound of ripping silk rang out. In 4 different directions, 4 void cracks appeared in the universe. 4 Immortal Realm old monsters with astonishing auras descended almost at the same time. And all of them had shown their bloodline true bodies. Although they were not very big, only tens of thousands of feet, this was the result of the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters' special control. When one reached the Immortal Realm, even if they showed their bloodline true bodies, they did not need to rely on the size of their body to obtain the majestic power of chi and blood. Seeing the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters descend with supreme pressure, the originally expressionless ancient ape demon suddenly grinned with a strange expression on its face. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he put the Blood Mosquito Battle Talisman under his feet into his undying world. Then, with another wave of his hand, the Golden Time Talisman was taken out by him. It was still hanging under his feet, with its huge mouth pointing forward. The Immortal Realm old monster descending from this direction was a blood-crowned fox dove. Its huge body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it was half fox and half dove. It had the body of a fox, a huge pink tail dragging behind it, but its head was that of a dove. Its red crown was as red as blood, and its triangular eyes were vicious, locking on to Yi Xian. It gave him a very unpleasant feeling, as if 2 cold lights were plundering his flesh and soul. Because of this, Yi Xian's face darkened, and he decided to deal with this blood-crowned fox dove first. Just as the blood-crowned fox dove stepped out of the spatial rift, the other 3 Immortal Realm old monsters also stepped out of the spatial rifts and descended. It was a rainbow flame thunder sparrow. Its entire body was steaming with red, green, and blue flames. Although it was a bird, its body looked like a sparrow that had been enlarged countless times. However, its feathers were clearly not ordinary. Every single one of them had a faint lightning glow stretching back and forth. Obviously, this colorful flame thunder sparrow had powerful lightning power. Its beak was extremely sharp, not only tricolored flames, but also silver thunder lightning. Even Immortal Realm old monsters of the same level. The 3rd Immortal Realm old monster was a baleful black demon tiger. Its whole body was as black as ink, like the purest black jade. It even had a lustrous luster. However, more than half of this baleful black demon tiger's body was shrouded in a thick black fog. This fog was gushing out from its body. Even from an endless distance, one could feel a wave of demonic evil chi, which was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. Obviously, the black fog around its body should be some kind of demonic evil chi. This baleful black demon tiger must have some kind of unconventional attack method. Its aura was too restrained. Although it was full of demonic evil chi, it gave people a feeling that it was as calm as water. This was obviously very contradictory, but it was perfectly combined into one body, revealing a strong sense of mystery. The last Immortal Realm old monster looked much more ordinary. It could be seen everywhere in the void of the 3 big planes. It was actually a flying centipede. The flying centipede was different from the ordinary centipedes found in some stars. It was a kind of powerful poisonous creature that lived in the void of the universe. Although it only had one or more pairs of huge wings compared to the ordinary centipedes, its degree of fierceness was many times higher. More importantly, the poison sac in the body of this flying centipede could actually evolve. As its cultivation and strength increased, the poison secreted by the poison sac became more and more terrifying. Normally, a flying centipede only had one pair of wings on its back, but this immortal-level flying centipede had 9 pairs of blood-red wings on its dark green body. This showed that its speed was very fast, and at the same time, the degree of evolution of its life level was very high. This was because the symbol of evolution of the flying centipede's life level was the wings on its back. An immortal realm old monster represented his powerful cultivation and strength, but the 9 pairs of blood-red wings represented the degree of evolution of his life level. 9 was the limit, which showed that this immortal realm flying centipede's life level of evolution had reached the peak of this species. The poison secreted by the poison sac in its body was so horrible that even an immortal realm old monster would be poisoned to the ground in an instant. The 4 immortal realm old monsters were approaching from 4 different directions, but their speed was not very fast. Obviously, they were not in a hurry. With the mentality of a cat and a mouse, they treated this battle as a hunting game. Rumble, in the void, the sound of explosions was still going on. The previous battle had destroyed millions of forts and fortresses of the alliance of 10,000 races. The demon race had lost even more battleships, more than 2 million. After all, the elite battleships of the alliance of 10,000 races did not care about their lives at all. They only wanted to advance as fast as possible, and their lethality was extraordinary. The demon race had paid a great price for this. Although this battle lasted less than a day, more than 3 million battleships of various types were destroyed. Now, they were scattered in the void outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. Some of them had been burned to ashes, leaving only the thick keels of some battleships lying in the void, like cosmic garbage. Ordinary. However, more battleships were still emitting light and heat. The following explosions were heard from time to time, illuminating the entire void. In such an environment of blood and fire, countless demon race experts in the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Except for a few core senior members of the royal family who knew the real power of the demon race, the rest were all pale. The arrival of the 4 immortal realm old monsters at the same time, and they were slowly approaching from 4 different directions. This was definitely a real catastrophe of life and death. In the eyes of most demon race experts and members of the demon race, this time, the demon race was almost dead. They were doomed to the tragic fate of being exterminated. Calmly, the current demon emperor, Mo Wen Tian, soon gave the order to shrink the defense circle. Tens of millions of battleships outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were all evacuated. They entered the inner defense circle and clustered in the void outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. They were not qualified to participate in this level of battle. The reason why they shrank the defense circle was just to avoid being involved in the battle. Chapter 3981. At this moment, when the 10 million battleships of the Devil race had retreated to the inner perimeter and activated the grand defensive formation of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor Star, an enormous defensive barrier of energy had appeared. Besides the expanse of battleship wreckage that filled the field of vision, only Yi Xian's figure remained in the outside space. He was even standing proudly by himself. Besides that, there were 4 Eternal Realm experts approaching slowly from extremely far away in 4 different directions of the Devil Emperor Star region. At this moment, such a scene was deeply engraved into the hearts of the countless Devil race experts that had retreated to the inner perimeter. Moreover, this scene was bound to become an eternal mark that couldn't be erased unless their lives were ended. Even though Yi Xian's cultivation had greatly improved compared to when he left a few days ago, even if he activated the devil ape bloodline within his body and revealed the true form of a 3-headed 6-armed devil ape, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was only at the first level of the Region Lord realm. After the Region Lords was the World Lords, and after that was the universe realm, and only after that was the eternal realm. There were two realms of cultivation between the first rank of region lords and the eternal realm experts, and the gap of a single rank was usually reflected in the gap between experts in the starry sky. Yet now, Yi Xian was facing eternal realm experts that surpassed him by 2 realms with a cultivation at the region lord realm. Moreover, he was fighting 4 of them by himself, yet he didn't reveal the slightest fear and revealed a calm expression. No matter what the final outcome of this battle was, merely the supreme bearing he revealed right now was something that was bound to go down in history. It was definitely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Numerous sighs of praise resounded from afar. The 4 eternal realm experts had spoken successively. Even though their voices carried a ridiculing tone, their sighs of emotion were clearly heartfelt. As expected of the number 1 expert amongst the younger generation whose 4 great monstrous geniuses. Merely this courage is sufficient to make you feel proud. Even this exalt has no choice but to sigh with admiration. The devil race can be considered to possess extraordinary karmic luck to have actually produced such a monstrous genius, the number 1 expert amongst the younger generation. Unfortunately, they were too hasty in the end and exposed their ambitions too early. Otherwise, in the future, once you've truly matured, the devil race might have been able to unify the entire dimension. It's possible. Don't make a mistake. No matter how monstrous your natural talent is, you're only a so-called monstrous genius amongst the younger generation before you've truly matured, and you aren't a peerless expert. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either surrender or kill. Hee. He actually utilized this golden war cry. Obviously, he's on the verge of death. Little Mo, do you really think that you can kill an immortal realm old monster with just this inconspicuous starry sky battle? Although a single tide of 10,000 years was astonishing, it was still unable to shake the existence of the immortal realm. The last words came from the blood-crowned fox dove that was located in the void in front of the Battle of Time. As he spoke, his pair of sinister triangular eyes were firmly locked onto Yi Xian. His aura was incomparably sinister, causing people to feel as if there was a blade at their backs. Coupled with his hoarse and dry voice, it drilled into their ears. It was extremely uncomfortable. Yi Xian was already extremely unhappy. Previously, the details of the battle between Yi Xian and the myriad Luo Federation Senate had not been leaked out. Countless experts of the devil race had been ordered to keep their mouths shut. In addition, it had only been a short time. Even if there was no impenetrable wall in the world, the truth would not have been revealed so quickly. Therefore, the outside world only knew that there was an immortal realm old monster in the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation who was annihilated by Mo Ju Feng, one of the 4 monstrous geniuses in the demon domain. However, no one knew exactly how he did it. However, one thing was certain. Before the Eternal Realm expert died, Mo Jiufeng had activated the Golden War Cry of Time, inciting the power of the Tide of Time and bombarding it repeatedly. Before he died, that Eternal Realm old freak of the Senate had been injured by several waves of the Golden Tide of Time. Because of this, when they saw Yi Xian wave his hand to put away the Blood Mosquito Battle Talisman and then take out the rumored Golden Age Battle Talisman, the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters that were slowly approaching immediately cast their gazes over. Unfortunately, in their opinion, this Golden War Cry of Time was far from enough to threaten the existence of the Eternal Realm expert. The power of Eternal Realm expert's Tide of Time was still too weak. It was obvious that they believed that Yi Xian was bluffing. Their hearts must have been filled with despair, but they struggled on the verge of death and pretended that nothing had happened. They were calm and collected, and even took out this battle of time, as if they were about to launch an attack. This was an empty city strategy. They wanted to use the previous battle record of killing an Eternal Realm expert to create confusion and delay time. Yi Xian, however, sneered. He had absolute confidence in the war cry of time. After the fortuitous encounter in the space graveyard, his 4 workrooms of space had undergone a magnificent transformation. Among them, the war cry of time's power had been improved the most. At that moment, the war cry of time had been activated. A Star-Lord Azure Gold Empress and 10 Universe State Purple Gold Empress were guarding the thousands of beehive nodes. Those 11 terrifying slimes had become the soul of the entire race. Their mere existence was enough to make the war cry of time. Their power had been greatly improved. In addition, the strength and life form of the tens of millions of slimes and the thousands of beehive nodes had been comprehensively improved. As a result, the magnificent golden war cry of time had undergone a sublimation in terms of power. In the past, a golden tide of time represented the instantaneous passage of 10,000 years. However, after this great leap in the life form of the entire race, Yi Xian believed that even if a golden tide of time couldn't reach the instantaneous passage of 50,000 years, it would still be over in 20 to 30,000 years. It was entirely possible. A few more waves of such tide of time might not be able to kill an emperor, but it shouldn't be a problem to injure him as long as he kept attacking. It was safe to say that once the war cry of time was activated, Yi Xian would even have the courage to try to fight an emperor. He could simply withdraw the war cry of time and run away if things went wrong. As for marquis emperors, unfortunately, there was no need for him to run away. He would definitely be able to injure them severely. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill them. Right now, the 4 old monsters that were slowly approaching from 4 different directions were all ordinary immortal rank experts. To Yi Xian, although this kind of strength was shocking enough, if it was said that it could move him, then it really wasn't the case. Chapter 3982. 100 thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, yet his gaze had always been locked onto the blood-crowned foxdove that was 5,000 kilometers away, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually grew denser. The foxdove clearly sensed the killing intent in Yi Xian's eyes. A dignified Eternal Realm expert was being looked at so rudely by an ancient devil ape that was merely a region lord. Moreover, the ancient devil ape's gaze even seemed to be extremely hostile. This caused the blood-crowned foxdove to feel extremely displeased, and it immediately grunted coldly. Humph. Kid, 3 breaths of time are up. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Hiss. As it finished speaking, the blood-crowned foxdove suddenly let out a vicious howl, and then a cold glow flashed in its triangular eyes while its enormous right forelimb suddenly stretched forward. Rumble. It was merely a casual wave of its hand, yet the space 5,000 kilometers away in front of Yi Xian had instantly started to tremble while it was still 5,000 kilometers away, and it might collapse completely at any moment. An enormous fox claw stretched out from space, and it was covered in blood-red fur as it moved directly towards the ancient devil ape's fleshly body. Its head smashed down forcefully. Fuck off. Yi Xian roared explosively while the aura around him surged, and then he immediately gave the order to the Green Gold Emperor within the battle war to launch a full-force attack. Soon, at the core node of the central domain where time was ending, the Green Gold Slime Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. It gave the order to the 10 Purple Gold Slime Kings and the tens of millions of golden slimes and the thousands of beehive nodes to bombard with all their might. Buzz! In the next instant, an extremely light droning sound resounded while invisible ripples instantly swept out from within its body. They entered the walls of the honeycomb nodes, and then they moved along the pipes that were connected to the outer walls of the honeycomb nodes to be instantly transmitted to the 1,000+ honeycomb nodes within the battle war of time. At this instant, the figures of the tens of millions of slimes within the honeycomb nodes shook simultaneously while the long golden threads beneath their bellies emanated dazzling radiance, causing their entire bodies to glow brilliantly. Layer after layer of golden barriers overlapped and converged together. In the end, the light golden barrier transformed into a dense golden color. Moreover, it was covered in a faint violet gold aura, causing it to seem completely different from before. The golden light had turned into a purplish gold. Although the purplish intent was still rather faint, it was clearly visible. It represented the change in power. Moreover, there was even a hint of azure gold light faintly discernible within this faint purple light. Then, as if they had a mind of their own, they rushed into the walls of the beehive node and followed the pipes on the outer wall back to the core beehive node where the lapis slime emperor was located. All of this was completed in less than half an instant. It was much faster than the previous activation. In just half an instant, the dense golden-purple light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes. Moreover, after entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the central region of the ninth ring inside the giant horn suddenly lit up, erupting with blazing purple-gold radiance. In an instant, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely transformed into a purple-gold world. At the same time that it abruptly lit up, waves of tide-like purple-gold ripples spread out along the battle horn. Right in front of the mouth of the huge trumpet, a fan-shaped purple-gold ripple appeared and quickly spread forward. Like a purple-gold tide, it silently pushed forward. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the huge fox claw pressing down on Yi Xian's head directly collapsed. However, this purple-gold tide of time didn't stop for a moment and directly flowed past. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the blood-crowned fox dove in the void thousands of miles away. Little bastard, you actually dared to make a move. This sovereign will skin you alive. At the same time that the fox claw was destroyed, the blood-crowned fox dove's body shook slightly as it suffered a slight backlash. However, because of this, it also aroused the anger in its heart. With a fierce roar, it was about to rush forward and personally descend to kill the little ant that dared to provoke its immortal majesty. Unfortunately, this purple-gold fan-shaped tide that represented the power of the passage of time had completely covered this corner of the void at this time. Some kind of mysterious power had already poured out at the first moment, causing the incomparably furious blood-crowned foxdove's body to become stiff, as if it was sealed, fixed in that void, unable to move. Good. For a while, it was impossible to make another move. At least, it was absolutely impossible before this rapidly flowing tide of time dissipated. This was really sullen, making him furious. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it was about to materialize. He gritted his teeth and endured. It really is the power of the time law. No, isn't it a golden tide? Why did it become purple gold? This sovereign has a bad feeling. At the same time, with the appearance of the first golden tide of time, the other three immortal old monsters who had just descended in three different directions of the void all changed their expressions slightly and let out exclamations of surprise. They had heard of the power of the star battle of the demon race before, and they also knew that this golden battle was able to release a tide of time that was suspected to be the power of the time law. Not long ago, an immortal realm old monster had been severely injured and then killed by the tide power of this war cry of time. Although this matter had been confirmed, after all, no one in the outside world had seen it with their own eyes. And the time law of the starry sky was the most mysterious power of the law. Not to mention the ordinary immortal, even among the emperors, there was no one who had truly mastered the starry sky law. The power of time. Therefore, for the outside world, the power of the time tide of this golden battle war was actually seriously injured. The four old men who had descended this time did not believe the news of this immortal old monster, and they thought that it was a rumor. But now, with the appearance of the first tide of time, the four of them suddenly realized and exclaimed. Even the immortal old monsters did not dare to lightly confront the power of the time law of the starry sky. The golden tide, which had been widely known in the outside world, had suddenly turned into a purple-gold color. It gave people the feeling that it was even more powerful and mysterious. This made the four immortal realm old monsters realize that something was wrong, and they became vigilant. Especially the blood-crowned fox dove, who was facing the huge mouth of the Time War, had an ominous premonition, and his body trembled slightly because of this. However, it was too late to retreat now. As the first wave of purple gold tide rapidly approached, the corner of the void where he was had been by some kind of mysterious time. The power of the space was imprisoned. This wave of purple gold tide of time with a mysterious aura. It seemed that he could only grit his teeth and resist it. In the blood-crowned fox-dove's opinion, as long as there was a slight gap after this tide of time, with his cultivation strength, he could immediately take the opportunity to break free from the shackles of the time law and personally descend to kill the ancient demon ape in the opposite void. However, everything was far from as simple as he had imagined. It was also at this moment that the first wave of time ripples with a mysterious purple-gold intent finally arrived. Chapter 3983. Walala, as the purplish-golden tide of time flowed past, the massive true body of the blood-crowned foxes began to change in an instant. The first thing to bear the brunt was the most eye-catching blood crown on its head. It was originally as red as blood, but now, in less than half an instant, it completely dimmed. Then, as the purple-gold tide flowed past its body, the lustrous fur of the blood-crowned fox-dove's huge body quickly dimmed without any suspense. Large pieces of fox fur fell off and turned into ashes. One had to know that this was the true body of an imperishable old monster. Although it couldn't compare to those supreme existences of the primordial era or even quasi-supreme existences, but to those below the Sector Lord realm, even if they used their full strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. How could they even damage a single strand of it? Even a hair would not be able to do that. For the starry sky experts below the universe realm, any hair on this immortal old monster's real blood real body was a fatal magic treasure. A hair could penetrate the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness of a universe realm expert and kill them. But now, in just one tide of time, most of the fur on the blood-crowned foxdove's body had fallen off. Even the flesh under the fur had been peeled off in large chunks. This scene was simply horrifying. This huge immortal old monster with abundant chi and blood seemed to have experienced the merciless erosion of tens of thousands of years in an instant. 30,000 years. It's actually 30,000 years. This is impossible. Screech. The blood-crowned fox-dove, as the person involved, naturally felt everything that had happened to its precious body. It panicked in an instant and directly judged the degree of erosion that its precious body had experienced in this instant. It immediately screamed in horror. Originally, it thought that the power of this golden battle flag was 10,000 years in one tide of time, which would not be able to shake it at all. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Its real power had actually increased by 3 times in an instant, reaching a terrifying 30,000 years. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for it to damage its precious body to such an extent in just an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was close to injuring his muscles and bones. Just a moment ago, the blood-crowned foxdove had been full of confidence, and even looked at the tide of time with disdain. But now, he was really panicking. A tide of time lasting for 30,000 years was definitely enough to shake his mind. At this moment, the blood-crowned foxdove was no longer calm. It urged the power in its body and struggled with all its might. At this moment, it only wanted to escape immediately. Although Yi Xian had expected all of this, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he saw it with his own eyes. At this time, when the slimes in the time warp had experienced a leap in life level due to the Thunder Lake spiritual mist, he already knew that the time warp's power must have increased. However, because he had never tried it before, he had no idea of the exact extent of this increase. According to his conservative estimate, the tide of time, which was originally 10,000 years per tide, should have reached 20,000 years per tide at the very least. Even if it was only 20,000 years, Yi Xian was satisfied. This was because the time warp could already release 6 tide of time in a row. Even if it was only 6 tide of time now, with 1 tide every 20,000 years, it would still be 120,000 years. It would definitely be enough to kill an immortal realm old monster. But what he didn't expect was that after the first tide of time was released, its power would actually reach a terrifying 30,000 years. A tide of time lasting for 30,000 years. Even if there were only 6 tide of time, if all of them were released, it would still be 180,000 years. 2 immortal realm old monsters could be killed one after another even if they took turns fighting. Moreover, the power of a tide of time had increased by 3 times. In terms of the number of waves, how could it still be the same as before? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt incomparably excited. He raised his head and let out a vicious howl. At this moment, in his eyes, the blood-crowned fox-dove in the sky 5 million kilometers away was already no different from a fallen fox-dove. Swish! Before Yi Xian's ruthless howl could be heard, the faint sound of waves rang out one after another. The second wave of the purple-gold tide arrived at this moment. This time, the expressions of the 4 immortal realm old monsters changed. Their previous estimate was too wrong. Didn't they say that a tide of time lasted for 10,000 years? Now, it was clearly a tide of time that lasted for 30,000 years. This strange time warp had actually been hiding its strength before. If the same tide of time was released 3 times in a row, nearly 100,000 years would pass in an instant. Time had a tide, and one tide lasted for 30,000 years. 3 tide of time represented the passage of nearly 100,000 years in an instant, which was the limit of the immortal realm old monsters. If there really were 3 waves of the same purple-gold tide continuously surging over in a short period of time and flowing through his body, then today's matter would be very troublesome. Thinking of this, the blood-crowned fox-dove's entire body began to tremble. Although he was an immortal rank existence, there was a limit to an immortal's lifespan. To experience 90,000 years in a short instant, to him, this was far from a situation where even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Instead, it represented true death. In fact, this was indeed the case. As the second wave of purple-gold tide flowed over, the surface of the blood-crowned fox-dove's huge true body, which was originally suffused with a faint luster, had already become dull and gray. This time, not only did large pieces of fur fall off, occasionally, even large pieces of flesh and blood began to melt in certain places. Very soon, even his internal organs and some golden bones began to appear. Even the light in his eyes, which had been shining brightly, began to dim. At this time, the second tide of time had just arrived and had not completely flowed over. Facing this scene, the other 3 immortal realm old monsters in the distant void suddenly changed their expressions and subconsciously gasped. However, everything changed too quickly, and they didn't have time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, the second tide of time had already disappeared. At this time, the blood-crowned fox-dove, which was originally full of vitality, had nearly half of its entire huge treasure body's internal organs visible. Bones were everywhere, mixed with flesh and blood, and it looked extremely decayed. After all, in just 2 seconds, this flesh and blood treasure body had already been ruthlessly eroded by 60,000 years of time. If it were a universe-level master, he would have already died. Then, the third tide of time came, and its speed was just as fast. In just an instant, it had already flowed over this decayed body. As the third tide of time disappeared, the blood-crowned fox-dove's 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had already revealed its bones and internal organs, began to collapse in the blink of an eye. Not only did the internal organs fall out of its abdomen, but they also turned into ashes along with the tide of time. The golden bones also fell apart and disintegrated, and they also couldn't resist the erosion of the tide of time and turned into ashes with a loud bang. Chapter 3984. In just 3 breaths of time, an immortal being had fallen. The treasure body, which was originally full of vitality, was now only a piece of white bone lying in the void. It was a shocking sight. This result made Yi Xian very happy, but at the same time, he was also a little surprised. But he quickly realized what was going on. Although the immortal old monsters were known as immortals, there was actually a limit to their lifespan, which was only 100,000 years. And this blood-crowned fox-dove had obviously lived for more than 10,000 years, so these 3 waves of purple gold tide, which only represented 90,000 years of erosion, were not something he could resist. This was a good thing, as it saved him a wave of purple gold tide. Yi Xian immediately ordered the lapis gold slime in the battle armor of time to stop attacking, because there was no longer a target in the void in front of the huge mouth of the battle armor of time. The battle armor of time, which was blooming with golden brilliance, dimmed at this moment, but if necessary, Yi Xian could order it to be activated again at any time. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the battle armor of time should be able to release at least 7 waves of purple gold tide if it was fully activated, and it might even be able to reach 9 waves. If it was 9 waves, it would be enough to kill 3 immortal old monsters. Even if it was only 7 waves, it could still kill 1 more. Rumble, with a thought, the battle armor of time quickly changed direction under his control, because the other 3 immortal old monsters were in 3 different directions. Whether it was to kill or deter, he had to first change the direction of the battle armor of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. But this was simple to say, but it was obviously not so easy to do. Previously, he had killed the blood-crowned fox-dove by sheer luck. The other party had been too careless and underestimated the enemy, completely misjudging the true power of the battle armor of time. Otherwise, how could an immortal old monster stand there so stupidly? Would he activate the battle armor of time and blast out the power of the law of time to imperceptibly imprison his body together with a corner of the void? That was just a moment ago. But now, the remaining 3 immortal realm old monsters had already awakened, and it would be very difficult to lock onto them with the Time War Scroll. In fact, it was indeed so. After the blood-crowned fox-dove was killed in a short 3 seconds, Yi Xian quickly adjusted the position of the war rag of time. The 3 immortal realm old monsters, who had fallen into a daze, all came back to their senses after trembling. At this moment, he was enraged, and his roar and howl resounded through the entire sky. Damn it, I underestimated this guy. Hu Jiu died in vain. How audacious. Look at what he's doing. He's actually adjusting the position of that killing machine. Is he trying to kill us one by one? Dream on. We can't waste any more time. Let's attack at the same time and kill him. We'll force the old monster out. Screech, between the shock and anger, the 3 immortal realm old freaks released an invisible pressure. Apparently, they were enraged, and they were about to go berserk. The 3 immortal realm old monsters were enraged at the same time. This was definitely going to pierce through the sky, causing the void to tremble. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, the Time War Scroll under his feet had already adjusted its direction, and it was right in the middle of the flying centipede and the black fiend devil tiger. If it was activated, these 2 immortal realm old monsters might be affected by the power. With the previous example of the blood-crowned fox-dove, these 2 immortal realm old monsters obviously didn't dare to casually stay here. With a roar, their bodies trembled. They were about to attack, but at this moment, their movements were clearly sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other immortal realm old monster behind Yi Xian suddenly attacked. It was the Rainbow Flame Thunder Sparrow that was originally listed as the 2nd most dangerous target by Yi Xian. At this time, it just happened to be behind the huge mouth of the Time War Scroll, so it was not afraid of the Time War Scroll's deterrent power at all. After roaring angrily to the sky, its huge body turned into a colorful thunderbolt and shot over at an extremely fast speed. This rainbow flame lightning sparrow's entire body was seething with red, green, and blue flames. Although it was a bird, its body looked like a sparrow that had been enlarged countless times. However, its feathers were clearly not ordinary. Every single one of them had faint lightning bolts pulsating within them. Obviously, this thunder sparrow must have a powerful thunder power. Looking at its extremely sharp beak, not only was it steaming with tricolored flames, but it was also flashing with silver lightning. When it launched at an extremely fast speed, even an immortal realm old monster of the same level would have a hard time. At this moment, the tip of the multicolored lightning bolt that was shooting over was clearly a bright silver lightning bolt. It was formed from the sharp beak of the rainbow flame lightning sparrow and had long since locked onto Yi Xian's devil ape true body. Once he was allowed to get close, even with the strength of the ancient devil ape's body, he would definitely be directly pierced through, and die without a doubt. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly, but an idea flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth and directly activated the Rai Di seal. In the next moment, the Rai Di seal hanging above the sea of consciousness in his mind suddenly trembled at an extremely fast speed without any warning. It directly materialized and flew towards the top of the ancient devil ape's head. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared behind the ancient ape demon. Rumble, boom. A series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. The image that appeared behind him was clearly a void filled with a boundless aura, belonging to the void of the desolate era. That kind of aura was the same as Yi Xian's from the Dongshu giant turtle, the golden dragon, and the meteor. The heavenly bow divine ability and all the other inheritance images were exactly the same. At the end of the void of this inheritance image, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, blooming with endless golden light. It seemed as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was born by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars, in front of it, seemed to be very small. Even the stars seemed to be extremely weak and small. There was only one lotus seed on the lotus stem, but it was green. It was the azure gold seal that had just soared into the sky from his sea of consciousness. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out endlessly. The Rai Di seal was born from such a giant golden lotus with a pressure that almost covered the sky and earth. It was the only lotus seed that was born in the lotus pod of the giant lotus. Rumble, the image was still an illusory, but there was always the rumbling of thunder, which entered Yi Xian's ears and shook his mind. Surrounding the azure gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on the lotus pod, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts stretching out and spitting out. If one were to expand their line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, they would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls that were exploding one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Chapter 3985. Yi Xian had never used the Rai Di seal in front of others. Even when he was in the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes of the human clan in the 3rd universe as Prince Xian, he only took out the thunder source bead that was nurtured in the Rai Di seal and attacked Tian Chenzi. Therefore, now that he was forced to use the Rai Di seal to kill the colorful flame lightning sparrow, Yi Xian was not afraid that his identity would be exposed. The only thing that he felt was a pity was that merely in this way, he'd undoubtedly exposed a formidable ability in advance, and it was truly a pity. However, the current situation forced him to do so he couldn't care so much. Fortunately, the Rai Di seal did not disappoint Yi Xian. At this moment, as soon as it was used, it instantly activated the thunder field that came with it, revealing the phantom of an ancient thunder lotus. It directly enveloped the colorful flame lightning sparrow, who had the cultivation of the immortal realm, and completely trapped it. This scene was equally shocking, and the shock it brought to those who saw it with their own eyes was not inferior to the previous War of Time, and it was even greater. The countless demon experts within the defensive formation of the 3-star demonic emperor were completely dumbfounded. In fact, when the blood-crowned fox dove that was killed first fell, these demon experts were completely petrified. In just 3 short moments, an immortal realm old monster became history just like that. This was the second immortal realm old monster that fell in the hands of Yi Xian in a month. Even the current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian and the other higher-ups of the demon royal family who knew some of his methods were all dumbstruck and did not dare to believe it. And now, as the Rai-D seal was used, another immortal realm-old monster was trapped in an instant. They were almost numb, and even their eyes were fixed. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short moment. At this moment, the iridescent flame lightning sparrow was enveloped by the lightning field of the lightning emperor seal due to a moment of carelessness. The baleful lightning tiger and flying centipede, who had been stunned by the power of the Time War scroll, were only able to complete the change of direction after a leap. When they looked back, they realized what had happened. Immediately, they were shocked and exclaimed again, "What? This is the innate Thunder Source treasure. That's impossible. Where did this kid come from? He actually possesses such an innate supreme treasure, and seems to have even refined it. The lightning sparrow is in danger. We can't drag this out any longer. Kill him immediately, save the thunder sparrow, and seize the thunder origin treasure." The last roar came from the mouth of the black demon tiger. The bloodline true body of this immortal realm-old monster was also tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body was as black as ink, like the purest black jade. It even glowed with a luster. At this moment, more than half of the baleful black demon tiger's body was shrouded in a thick black fog. This fog was gushing out from its body. Even from a great distance, one could feel a wave of heart-trembling demonic evil chi rushing towards them. His speed was extremely fast, and his 30,000-meter-long bloodline true body only needed to flutter in the air before he arrived at the space within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers of the ancient demon ape. His eyes were filled with a greedy light as he firmly locked onto Yi Xian's figure, and the black mist that filled his body directly headed towards the ancient demon ape. The ape enveloped it. Obviously, the black fog that lingered around its body should be some kind of demonic evil chi. This black demon tiger must have some kind of unconventional attack method. Its aura was too restrained. Clearly, the demonic evil chi was overflowing, but it also gave people the feeling that it was as calm as water. To perfectly blend this contradiction into one, it undoubtedly made the black demon tiger exude a thick sense of mystery, causing Yi Xian to be inexplicably afraid. He had no doubt that if he was completely enveloped by this black demonic evil chi, something bad would definitely happen. However, the black demon tiger was pouncing in an extremely tricky direction, avoiding the direction where the huge mouth of the Time War talisman was facing. It was completely fearless, causing Yi Xian to frown. Since the two immortal realm-old monsters had deliberately avoided it, the Time War talisman would no longer be a deterrent. In order to prevent it from being damaged in the battle, Yi Xian directly waved his hand and stored it into the undying world within his body. At the same time, with a thought, he directly activated the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. Rumble. There was a sudden clap of thunder, and in the next instant, a purplish gold mist sprinkled down from above. Immediately after, countless purplish gold thunderbolts were attracted and gathered above Yi Xian's head. A sea of purplish gold thunderbolts rained down on Yi Xian, wreaking havoc on Yi Xian's head, but none of them were able to cause any harm to him. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purplish gold mist. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the middle of the raging thunderbolts, exuding a thick emperor's might. He was unfazed by anything. This sea of purplish gold thunderbolts all came from the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped Yi Xian's entire body, forming a protective force. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon with purplish gold thunderbolts flashing incessantly. Yi Xian, with the Rai-D seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon. Immediately after, the purplish gold mist that originally shrouded his body suddenly expanded and spread outwards, enveloping the entire purplish gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. In the blink of an eye, a thunder source bead appeared above Yi Xian's head. It was entirely purplish gold in color. It was one of the 8 purplish gold thunder source beads nurtured within the Rai-D seal. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the purplish gold thunder source bead turned into a ray of purple light and fell directly into Yi Xian's hand. However, it did not touch the skin of his palm, as there was a layer of light green separating them. Hiss! This aura! The black fiend devil tiger, who was pouncing over with greed in its eyes, sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of danger surged from the bottom of its heart. At this moment, he even thought about life and death. This was because the pressure that this small purplish gold thunder bead gave him was too strong. It was ominous, causing his scalp to go numb. Almost subconsciously, the black fiend thunder tiger stopped in its tracks. After hesitating for a moment, it turned around and was about to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Each of the 8 purplish gold thunder origin beads nurtured within the Rai Di seal was incomparably precious. Since Yi Xian had already decided to use one of them again, how could he give him a chance to escape? Previously, the ordinary thunder origin bead was already able to injure the supreme expert of the universe. Now, with the enhanced Rai Di seal and the endless purple lightning in the thunder tomb, the purplish gold thunder origin bead obtained could at least severely injure the immortal realm old monsters. In fact, it wasn't entirely impossible for them to be killed. Want to run? It's too late. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian said coldly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the purplish gold thunder origin bead in his palm instantly turned into a dark purple light. With a rumbling sound, it shot out at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 3986. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the surrounding space was in chaos. The purple gold thunder origin bead landed on the black fiend demon tiger's waist and directly exploded, releasing a large amount of thunder and lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. All of them were deep purple in color, and contained terrifying power. The dark demon tiger's bloodline true body was directly blown into 2 pieces, and it let out a shrill howl of agony. But this was not the end. Just the destruction of the bloodline true body was not a big deal to an immortal old monster. An existence of this level, even if only a head was left, could still survive. The flesh and blood could be reborn, and a new tiger body would appear again. The price to pay was only the accumulation of energy in the body. The accumulation was just consumed. But how could the purple gold thunder source bead be so simple? At this moment, with the explosion of the purple gold thunder source bead, a large amount of dark purple thunder and lightning suddenly bloomed. More than half of them directly passed through the 2 halves of the black fiend tiger's body and drilled into its body. It wreaked havoc in every inch of his flesh and every bone. The black fiend tiger's body was originally filled with a mysterious black demonic aura, but at this moment, there was an endless amount of purple lightning drilling out of its 2 halves of body, and it was still stretching out and spitting out, its breath uncertain. This was definitely an unbearable torture, and the old man's mournful howl instantly became louder. However, after seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but feel a little regretful, and a faint look of disappointment appeared on his face. Obviously, this time, his judgment was wrong. He had overestimated the power of the purple gold thunder source bead. After being tempered twice by the Rai Di seal, the purple gold thunder source bead did indeed have the power to severely injure an immortal old monster. It was even extremely domineering, directly exploding into serious injuries. This was also in line with the fierce and domineering characteristics of thunder. Unfortunately, no matter how fierce and domineering, the level of power was still a little lacking. It could only severely injure, but it could not suppress an immortal old monster in an instant like the previous battle of the purple gold tide. At least, the black fiend tiger in front of him was still struggling. Unfortunately, this struggle did not last long. The time was so short that it was almost negligible. Oh whoa! An incomparably mournful howl rang out. The black fiend tiger clearly couldn't take it anymore. Every inch of its flesh and bones were being ravaged by thunder and lightning. At this moment, he seemed to have begun to doubt his life. The dignified black fiend tiger of the immortal realm was actually tortured to the point of eruption. It let out a long howl. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound came from the top of the black fiend Devilvoid's head. A crack appeared on its huge skull, and a demonic tiger with an energy body of about 10 feet in size rushed out. His primordial spirit rushed out from the top of his skull. This was clearly the rhythm of abandoning this fleshly body. It was useless even if he didn't abandon it. Every inch of his flesh and bones were being ravaged by the lightning and thunder. Some kind of unique lightning pressure was left behind, and it was impossible to repair. Without a doubt, after this battle, this black fiend tiger was destined to fall from the immortal divine altar. Although its primordial spirit still existed, its fleshly body was its foundation. If it abandoned its fleshly body, its cultivation realm would plummet. It would take countless years for it to slowly recover. However, it was obvious that he wouldn't even have this opportunity, because Yi Xian didn't plan on letting the black fiend tiger's primordial spirit escape. You want to run? Seeing the black fiend tiger's primordial spirit rush out of the top of its head and shoot into the distance with weakness and exhaustion. Seeing that it was about to escape, Yi Xian immediately sneered. With a thought, he raised his hand and pointed at the thunder field above his head that covered a radius of 10,000 miles. He directly connected with the Rai-D seal that was suppressing the colorful flame thunder sparrow inside. Gotcha! A crisp sound of lightning striking rang out, and a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the thunder field above. It was 300 meters thick, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up to it 1,000,000 miles away, and directly smashed into the primordial spirit of the black fiend tiger that was trying to escape. This sovereign is unwilling, roar. Realizing that it was truly about to fall, the black fiend thunder tiger let out a shrill roar of anger. Before the roar even fell, the purple gold lightning that completely enveloped its primordial spirit had already dissipated. There seemed to be a wisp of green smoke curling up from within, and in the end, it was blown away by the strong winds in the surrounding space, turning into nothingness. This wisp of green smoke was clearly the remnant smoke left behind by the power of the purple gold lightning. Now that it had dissipated, the baleful black demon tiger's soul had also dissipated from this world. It had completely fallen. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it had only taken 3 to 4 breaths of time. Another immortal old monster had fallen. Including the colorful flame thunder sparrow that had already been enveloped by the thunder field of the Rai-D seal and was suppressed according to Yi Xian's will, it was obvious that it would not be able to escape this calamity. This time, 3 of the 4 immortal old monsters that had descended from the Myriad Races Alliance had already met with misfortune, and the time was very short. From the time Yi Xian took out the flowing time war talisman and unleashed the first wave of purple gold tide until now, it had only been a few minutes. In the face of this scene, the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan, as well as the countless demon experts and clansmen within the defensive barrier of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor had already become numb. They stared dumbfoundedly at the battlefield outside the defensive barrier, completely petrified. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly absorbed the enormous demonic tiger's true body, which was still filled with a large amount of lightning and thunder, into the undying world within his body. This was the flesh and blood true body of an immortal realm old monster, and it was also a precious blood and flesh. For Yi Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to waste it. It wouldn't be bad to roast it for those native foodies to enjoy. As for Yi Xian himself, he obviously didn't like it. His Shinong cauldron still contained the remains of some primordial sovereigns and supreme experts. Although those couldn't be eaten because headless infant corpses weren't allowed, there were even more corpses of supreme experts from the primordial era. He could casually pick one of them. The quality and energy contained within them were far superior to this black fiend tiger's. After keeping the corpse of the black fiend tiger into his undying world, Yi Xian turned around and looked in another direction. there was still the last immortal old monster, the immortal stage flying centipede. The flying centipede was different from the ordinary centipedes found in some stars. It was a powerful poisonous creature that lived in the void of the universe. Chapter 3987. In fact, a few moments ago, Yi Xian had thrown out a purple gold thunder origin bead and blasted the black fiend Devil Void's true body into 2 pieces. However, before the latter could break through the top of his true body and escape with his primordial spirit, the flying centipede that was pouncing towards Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned around. He fled. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't have the chance again. This time, the Myriad Races Alliance had sent 4 immortal old monsters. They originally thought that suppressing the Devil Cultivator ancestor, as well as the Devil Cultivator royal brother Mo Yufeng, who was rumored to have the strength to kill immortal rank experts, was a guaranteed task. But now, in less than 10 minutes, everything changed. As the Black Fiend Devil Tiger's true body was blasted into 2 pieces by the purple gold thunder origin bead, the flying centipede was certain that the other party was finished. In other words, he was the only one left among the 4 immortal old monsters. At this time, if the Devil Cultivator ancestor suddenly appeared, even he would die here today. Fatality. In fact, there was no need for the Devil Cultivator ancestor to make a move. The flying centipede had no doubt that the Devil Cultivator royal brother Mo Yufeng, who was killing the Black Fiend Devil Tiger, would definitely be able to keep him here once he was free. As expected of the existence of the 4 great monsters, known as the number 1 person in the younger generation, in the blink of an eye, either suppressed or killed, dealing with 3 immortal old monsters. This was simply AF** King Dog. The flying centipede was so shocked that he almost doubted his life. In this kind of situation, no matter what, he would die if he stayed. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he still coveted Yi Xian's Time War talisman, especially that innate thunder origin treasure. However, although the treasure was good, he still had to leave his life behind to use it. He turned around and fled. At this moment, the Black Fiend Devil Tiger's primordial spirit was directly killed by a bolt of purple gold lightning. The flying centipede turned his head and saw this scene. He was instantly scared out of his wits. With a scream, he suddenly increased his speed and began to flee crazily. When Yi Xian put the Black Fiend Devil Tiger's broken body into 2 pieces into his undying world, the flying centipede was already nearly 20 million kilometers away. It wasn't that he didn't want to tear through the void and leave, but that way, his body would take some time to tear through the void and step into it. Even if it was just a breath, it was hard to guarantee that the ancient demon ape would not use that terrifying Time War talisman again. Once the battle talisman was activated, he would not be able to escape, he would have no chance to escape. Right now, although using his physical body to cross the void to escape quickly was far less convenient than directly tearing the void to leave, at least he could change his position at any time. This prevented the other party from using the battle talisman of time and using the mysterious power of the law of time to stop him in his tracks. The possibility of his body being trapped. An ordinary flying centipede only had a pair of wings on its back. However, this immortal realm flying centipede had a total of 9 pairs of blood-red wings on its back. This showed that its speed was extremely fast, and at the same time, its level of evolution was extremely high. This was because the symbol of evolution of the flying centipede was the wings on its back. The sempiternal realm only represented his powerful cultivation, but what the 9 pairs of blood-colored wings represented was the evolution of his life form. Generally speaking, 9 pairs was the limit. This meant that this immortal realm flying centipede had reached the peak of its species. The poison secreted by its poison sac was extremely terrifying. Even an immortal realm expert would be poisoned to death if they came into contact with just a little bit of it. That was why Yi Xian simply activated the farmer god cauldron in his undying world when he turned around and chased after the centipede. There were 2 reasons why he took out the Shenong cauldron. Firstly, Yi Xian was wary of the poison mist of the flying centipede that was escaping in front of him. When he took out the Shinnon cauldron, he would be able to obtain the protection of the 9-colored fog at the mouth of the Shinnon cauldron. Secondly, it was because of its speed. The void-breaking shuttle was indeed very fast. When Yi Xian was a Star Lord in his human form, even a Sector Lord wouldn't be able to catch up with him if he used all his strength. Now that he was in his true form as a 3-headed 6-armed demonic ape, not even the old monsters of the universe would be able to catch up with him if he shrunk his body and entered the void-breaking shuttle. The centipede in front of him was an immortal realm expert, and Yi Xian wouldn't be able to catch up with him if he used the void-breaking shuttle with his current strength. However, the farmer god cauldron was different. It was a primordial treasure of the era, and its speed would definitely surpass the limits of an immortal realm expert if he used it with Yi Xian's current cultivation as a region lord. Rumble. As Yi Xian waved his hand, a huge rumble resounded, and the farmer god cauldron in his undying world transformed into a ray of light that expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, an enormous cauldron-shaped star appeared in the void. This time, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron in its complete form in order to achieve extreme speed. It was so huge that it even faintly surpassed the demon emperor planet behind him. Yi Xian leaped, and his enormous demonic ape true form leaped to the mouth of the cauldron and entered the 9-colored mist. Then, he pointed in the direction that the flying centipede had fled. Swish! The farmer god cauldron that was enormous like a star immediately transformed into a ray of light that pursued at extreme speed, and it was actually 30% faster than the flying centipede that had 9 pairs of enormous wings on its back. The latter turned around and was instantly terrified out of his wits when he saw this scene. He originally thought that since he'd decided not to offend the farmer god cauldron and would turn around and flee, then this monstrous genius with terrifying ability would probably not continue pursuing him. However, the final outcome shocked him. After the farmer god cauldron put away the 2 halves of the sable fiend tiger, the farmer god cauldron had actually pursued him at the first possible moment. An ant at the first rank of the region lord realm was actually pursuing an immortal realm expert, and he'd even caused such a huge commotion by directly carrying a cauldron that was enormous like a star through space. This time, the flying centipede had really started to doubt his life, and he was simply angered to the point of being on the verge of tears. At the same time, a strand of extreme rage and resentment suddenly arose from the bottom of his heart. The farmer god cauldron was truly too much of a bully. An immortal realm expert had the dignity of an immortal realm expert. I'd already decided not to look for trouble with the farmer god cauldron, yet the farmer god cauldron chased after me without end like he was chasing a dog. Does the farmer god cauldron really think that this exalted lord is made of clay and doesn't have the slightest temper? Under the rage and resentment in his heart, the flying centipede immediately slowed down slightly. He didn't continue fleeing in a straight line but took a roundabout route and slowed down his speed instead, and he started to circle in space that was 10 million kilometers ahead. Chapter 3988. Although Yi Xian had summoned the Shinnon cauldron and chased after him, the Thunder Emperor seal was still suspended high in the sky outside the energy barrier of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars. It poured out an endless sea of lightning that enveloped an area of 10,000 miles, trapping the rainbow flame lightning sparrow that was at the immortal stage. Although this rainbow flame lightning sparrow was extraordinary, not only did it have the cultivation strength of the immortal realm, but its bloodline talent also contained the thunder attribute, so it had a stronger resistance to the power of thunder compared to other existences of the same realm. But even so, facing the Rai D seal, it should have died long ago. The Rai D seal was a natural thunder source treasure, commanding the thunder of the world. Even if its bloodline contained the thunder attribute, it could only be suppressed. And the reason why it was still alive and was still being blasted into pieces by the endless thunder of the Rai D seal was all because of Yi Xian. This kind of rainbow flame lightning sparrow was extremely rare, and its bloodline contained the thunder attribute, so it would be a pity to kill it just like that. Therefore, Yi Xian ordered the Rai D seal to keep it trapped. He planned to take care of this rainbow flame lightning sparrow after getting rid of the flying centipede. Screech! Screech! Regarding all this, the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, who was firmly trapped in the sea of lightning, obviously knew and saw through all this. As an undying existence with a lightning attribute bloodline, the instant his body was enveloped and sealed by the endless sea of lightning sprinkled by the Lightning Emperor's seal, he was already sure that if the other party wanted to, he could completely annihilate him with a single thought. And now, it was still alive, which undoubtedly explained the problem. At this moment, although the rainbow flame lightning sparrow was trapped in the sea of lightning, it could still sense everything that was happening outside the sea of lightning. With the death of the black fiend devil and the escape of the flying centipede, its heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley, and it no longer had the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Its only thought was to take advantage of the temporary absence of the little god of death to escape from this sea of lightning and quickly escape far away. Long and shrill cries continuously sounded out from within the sea of lightning. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, but no matter how the rainbow flame lightning sparrow struggled, it was unable to take a single step out of the sea of lightning. It was simply unable to move in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the countless demon experts and clansmen in the defensive star array of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had long been speechless. At this time, the senior members of the demon royal family, led by the current Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, gradually broke free from the state of petrification at this time. Looking at each other, their faces were stiff, and their tone was filled with hesitation and sighs, revealing a strong sense of disbelief. Oh my God, are we dreaming? A domain old monster is chasing an immortal old monster. It's not like he hasn't killed one before. He has already killed 2 before, and trapped 1, okay? This is really F***head up, this old man suddenly has a feeling of doubt, to defy the heavens. No, this is clearly already defying the heavens. For immortal old monsters, 2 dead, 1 trapped, and 1 escaped, this is really incredible. Should we go out and help? Linghu little friend chasing alone, it feels a bit inappropriate. The last sentence was said by a star lord of the demon race. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. The senior members of the demon royal family all turned their heads to look at him, and their eyes were simply looking at an idiot, which made him immediately blush. Help. Helping a domain old monster to chase an immortal old monster. How dare he have this kind of idea? He was clearly going against the heavens' rhythm. In the void 20 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. At this moment, the flying centipede that had been fleeing with its head down no longer moved forward. Instead, it stopped in this area of the void. However, it kept circling around and using its nimble body to bring Yi Xian around this area of the void. Running away was useless. With Yi Xian's current strength of a domain lord, the Shenong Cauldron's full strength had exceeded the limit of the immortal old monster's physical body to cross the void, and he would be caught in the end. Rather than this, it was better to just stay and fight with his life. It had to be said that the immortal old monster was really extraordinary, and since the flying centipede could fly, it showed that its advantage in speed was absolutely obvious. This immortal old monster's bloodline evolution had reached the peak of this species, and the 9 pairs of huge wings on its back were a kind of symbol. When the 9 pairs of wings were spread out, not only was its speed faster than an ordinary immortal old monster, its degree of flexibility was also far beyond that. Although the Shenong Cauldron's speed was fast, it was still too large. Moreover, Yi Xian's cultivation was limited, so he was still rather inexperienced in controlling it. He was still able to charge forward blindly, but now, he was following behind the immortal stage flying centipede as he circled around in the air. He was a little unable to hold on. In terms of flexibility, he was completely not a match for the immortal old monster with the Shenong Cauldron chasing behind. Seeing this scene, the flying centipede was completely relieved. His opponent's method was indeed heaven-defying, but he hadn't put away the innate lightning source treasure, and the golden battle talisman that could stimulate the violet tide of time couldn't be used in this situation where he was constantly changing directions to form a deterrent. In that case, he chose to stay and poison the other party to death, which was basically half a success. Although this brat had the dense mist of the Medicine King cauldron protecting his body, the flying centipede was very confident in the poisonous mist it secreted. He firmly believed that as long as the poisonous mist in this void reached a certain density, even if it was protected by the power of the Medicine King cauldron, it would not be able to directly poison him to death. The other party. However, it was still possible to slightly affect him and make him in a dejected state. That was enough for him. At that time, when the other party's condition was not right, as an immortal old monster, he could attack at any time and kill him in one strike. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and the flying centipede immediately laughed sinisterly. Without any hesitation, the poison sacs in his body that had long been fully activated opened in an instant. Strands of strange black and green poison followed the countless densely distributed poison holes on his body and slowly and continuously began to spread out. Outward release. During this process, the flying centipede's figure didn't stop for a single moment. It maintained a high-speed movement, but it didn't go far away. It only brought Yi Xian, who was behind it, to circle in the air. This was because only in this way would the poison mist released from its body be dense in the air. Higher and higher. Hiss. Hiss. Chapter 3989. Hiss. Hiss. The faint sound attracted Yi Xian's attention. He immediately felt his scalp go numb. This miasma could even corrode the void of the universe. As the dark green miasma slowly spread from the flying centipede's body, dense hissing sounds immediately rang out in the void it passed through. It was very faint, but it was strange and hair-raising. It was these strange sounds that attracted his attention. Yi Xian's deepest impression of poisons was the poison of undying indestructibility. The universe zombies that were still wreaking havoc in the third universe controlled by the two human camps were the products of the poison of undying indestructibility. This strange poison originated from a terrifying treasure called the Pearl of Undying Indestructibility. There was still a small sealed cavern at the bottom of the farmer god cauldron, where a perfect pearl of undying indestructibility was preserved. In addition, Yi Xian also had 6 drops of the poison of undying indestructibility mixed with the all-evil origin elixir. These 2 things were the most poisonous things in Yi Xian's possession. Even so, the pearl of undying indestructibility and the all-evil origin elixir probably did not possess the power to corrode the void of the universe. This did not mean that the toxicity of these 2 poisons was weak. On the contrary, both the Pearl of Undying Indestructibility and the All-Evil Origin Elixir were definitely of the highest grade, rarely seen in the outside world. However, the miasma emitted from the Immortal Realm Flying Centipede was clearly of a high grade as well. Even if it was not comparable to the poison of Undying Indestructibility and the All-Evil Origin Elixir, it was probably not far off in some aspects. This was definitely the 3rd most poisonous creature that Yi Xian had ever seen since he entered the starry sky. Although the flying centipede was not a powerful species, not only had this flying centipede's cultivation reached the immortal realm, its bloodline had also evolved to the peak. It had 9 pairs of wings on its back. It was like a fox beast. Ordinary foxes only had 1 tail. If they could grow 9 tails, they would become blood-tailed foxes. Their bloodline would mutate and become a different species. It was the same for this flying centipede with 9 pairs of wings. With the evolution of his bloodline, he could no longer be considered a flying centipede. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a flying centipede. Yi Xian was filled with apprehension towards an existence whose bloodline had evolved to the point that it had transformed into a completely different species. This was especially so when he saw the terrifying poisonous mist emanating from its body. It was actually able to corrode even the void of the universe. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably when he saw this. Just as he was hesitating on what to do next, the Shenong cauldron under his feet suddenly trembled slightly, revealing a clear sense of excitement. Yi Xian had long since refined this cauldron, so it had a telepathic connection with him. Facing this strange situation, it was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and was overjoyed. This was really too unexpected. He was having a headache about how to deal with this strange poisonous fog that could even corrode the void of the universe. He didn't expect that the farmer god cauldron would directly give him a hint. This poisonous fog, not only could the farmer god cauldron swallow and refine, but it also happened to need it. What was there to hesitate about? This was definitely a good thing. The farmer god cauldron wasn't an ordinary primordial supreme treasure. It was an important artifact of the era. A resource that could make it need it and give out a hint with excitement was definitely extraordinary. Yi Xian instantly cut off any thoughts of killing the flying centipede that had evolved its bloodline to its peak and had already transformed into a completely different species. Since the strange poisonous fog that the flying centipede spat out was beneficial to the farmer god cauldron, then he should capture it alive and imprison it at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the farmer god cauldron. He should treat it like a milk cow and extract its poison for a long period of time. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, a suction force instantly appeared from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron and began to absorb the strange poisonous fog in the void of the outside world. However, in order to prevent the flying centipede from discovering the abnormality, Yi Xian didn't dare to directly absorb the poisonous fog. Instead, he planned to do it slowly. All the strange poisonous fog that was absorbed into the farmer god cauldron was immediately refined by Yi Xian by activating the power of the farmer god cauldron's field. At the same time, Yi Xian also paid close attention to this process because he was extremely curious as to why the farmer god cauldron needed to absorb this strange poisonous fog. He even had his own speculations. The final result made him very excited. The truth was actually in line with his speculations. The reason why the farmer god cauldron needed this strange poisonous fog was because the farmer god unusual flame in the central region of the farmer god cauldron needed to absorb it to evolve itself. In other words, the farmer god unusual flame, which had evolved into a 5-colored flame, was very likely to directly evolve into a 6-colored flame after absorbing this strange poisonous fog. If that was really the case, then the additional color of the flame would most likely be the same as the strange poisonous fog, which was a dark green color. As for its power, there was almost no suspense. It would definitely increase the effect and attribute of the poisonous flame. Leaping from a 5-colored flame to a 6-colored flame meant that its power would increase greatly. This time, the farmer god unusual flame would have an additional attribute of poisonous flame, and this poisonous flame could even corrode the void of the universe. All of this meant that the farmer god's 6-colored flame, after completing its evolution, was destined to be even more powerful than before. For Yi Xian, this was definitely an unexpected surprise. However, all of this was just an expectation. It wasn't much different from the so-called illusion because the 5-colored flame was currently only absorbing and refining this strange poisonous fog that originated from the flying centipede. It hadn't really evolved into a 6-colored flame. Even though everything was progressing, only the heavens knew how much of this strange poisonous fog it would need to absorb and refine in order to truly evolve into a 6-colored flame. If it required a huge amount, then it would definitely take a very long time. Moreover, there was another problem before him. What if the flying centipede that was leading him around in circles noticed that something was off, turned around, and fled once more? Moreover, he was able to escape successfully. Wouldn't he be on the verge of tears? Where can I find it? When he realized this problem, Yi Xian instantly became anxious. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't allow this flying centipede to escape. Not only could he not allow it to escape, he couldn't kill it. Capturing it alive was his only choice. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian instantly sighed in his heart, and he felt like his head had instantly swelled. That was an Eternal Realm expert. If it was merely annihilation, then under the circumstances that he utilized all his ability, he was entirely capable of accomplishing it. But if it was to capture it alive... Cough. Cough. I'm really looking down on it a little too much. No matter how weak a dignified Eternal Realm expert was, there was a limit to it. under the precondition that it was determined to flee, yet it was still captured alive by a region lord. Such a situation simply didn't make sense. Chapter 3990. The reason why Yi Xian had suddenly slowed down the Shenong Cauldron's pursuit was because he wanted to lure the flying centipede to come closer and attack him. When the distance was close enough, he would have the opportunity to activate the Shenong Cauldron's domain power and directly trap the flying centipede. The flying centipede would be sucked into the cauldron space. If he could do that, the flying centipede would not be able to escape. He would directly trap him in the center of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. As long as the flying centipede's strength had not reached the level where he could forcibly destroy the domain inside the Shenong Cauldron, he would definitely not be able to escape. In Yi Xian's opinion, the feasibility of this plan was very high. Because he had already seen that the flying centipede had suddenly stopped running away, and instead stayed in this void. As he led him in circles, he released the strange poisonous fog in his body. The flying centipede's ultimate goal was to use this strange poisonous fog to trap him. After all, other than the fact that the Demon King's royal brother Mo Jiufeng was originally in existence that the flying centipede had to kill, Yi Xian had also displayed many terrifying abilities in this battle. For example, the battle talisman that could trigger the purple gold tide of time, the innate thunder source treasure Rai Di seal, and the purple gold thunder source that could kill the baleful dark demon tiger. And so on. These things were all treasures and resources that could threaten the lives of immortal old monsters. It was impossible to say that the flying centipede was not tempted. As long as Yi Xian could make the flying centipede believe that he had fallen into the trap of the poisonous fog and was in a bad state, the flying centipede, who was circling around in circles, would occasionally look back to check the situation. There was a 90% chance that it would not take the opportunity to escape, but instead turn around and reap everything. For Yi Xian, this was also a gamble. He was betting that the flying centipede would not leave. Otherwise, once the flying centipede took this opportunity to tear through the void and leave, he would really have nowhere to look for him even if he cried. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took action. The Shenong Cauldron, which had been following behind the flying centipede at an extremely fast speed, suddenly slowed down and even slightly swayed a few times. However, the Shenong Cauldron did not stop absorbing the strange poisonous fog during this process. The density of the strange fog in the void had reached a certain level, so it could not be wasted. Moreover, this active absorption might be what the centipede wanted to see. It would most likely think that it was the corrosive effect of the strange poisonous fog's power. You fell for it so quickly. Yi Xian's eyes was on the others on the cauldron. His did not immediately turn to look, did not immediately turn immediately. He did not immediately turn, but he did not immediately turn. 2. It was as if he was spying. The sinister look in his eyes made one feel very uncomfortable. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He could roughly analyze the flying centipede's temperament just by looking at its eyes. It was definitely the suspicious type. If it wanted to deliberately show weakness to lure the enemy in, it would probably be very difficult to succeed. Even if the other party roughly believed in Yi Xian's condition and fell into a slump due to the influence of this strange poison mist, with his suspicious temperament, even if he wanted to reap the benefits, this flying centipede definitely wouldn't rashly approach him. The flying centipede would most likely use some method to test him first. For example, it would use a divine ability to kill him from a safe distance. Yi Xian had seen too many of such situations in his life. Therefore, he could basically analyze what was going to happen next just by looking at the flying centipede's eyes. This was really F***ed up. If the flying centipede was really so cautious and insisted on using some method to kill Yi Xian from a safe distance before approaching him, was he supposed to grit his teeth and bear the brunt of the attack? Yi Xian wouldn't even be willing to be injured by the flying centipede, let alone kill him. Obviously, this plan was aborted. Although it was feasible, the flying centipede was overly cautious and suspicious. It was destined to be impossible for it to succeed. Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. It was asking Yi Xian if he could immediately absorb the strange poisonous fog. It said that it had great benefits for tempering the body and that its effects surpassed the hell ant liquid secreted by the hell ant tribe. However, it was poisonous fog after all and couldn't be directly absorbed into the body. It had to be refined and purified by the 5 colored flames of the Shinong cauldron before it could be used. Since there's no way to lure the flying centipede in, then I can only follow closely behind him and absorb as much of the poisonous fog as possible. No matter what, I can't let him escape. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately gave up on his previous plan. He decided to take a step back and reap the benefits in front of him first. The body tempering effect of the poisonous fog was better than the hell ant liquid of the hell ant tribe. Moreover, this was the first time Yi Xian had used it. The effects would definitely be better, so he naturally couldn't miss it. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to start devouring immediately. However, it didn't devour directly from the surrounding void. Instead, it devoured from the interior of the volcano in the central region of the Shinong cauldron. Before this, the Shinong cauldron had been absorbing the strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void. A portion of it had been stored in the central region of the volcano and had been refined and purified by the Shinong 5 colored flames. It was just right for him to use it directly. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out some netherworld furnace lotion and 3 drops of all evil origin liquid from the undying world in his body. He also cut off a large piece of flesh from the purple gold void rat's corpse of the quasi-ancient great being and roasted it with the Shinong 5 colored flames before swallowing it in large mouthfuls. These few resources had become something he had to consume every time he broke through. They were all top-grade resources. When they entered his stomach, they immediately mixed with the strange poisonous fog that had been purified by the 5 colored flames into Yi Xian's body by the devouring system. Together, they turned into an extremely hot energy that quickly circulated in Yi Xian's limbs and bones. The clanking of chains quickly sounded, accompanied by the pain of every inch of his flesh and bones being torn apart. This time, Yi Xian had to control the Shinong cauldron with his mind as he broke through. It returned to its original speed and continued to chase after the flying centipede to prevent it from taking advantage of the situation. If there was a chance to escape, it had to be said that the breakthrough this time was much more difficult than before. However, at the same time, once the breakthrough was successful, the benefits that Yi Xian would obtain would definitely be greater than before. This was the principle of, you get what you put in. Chapter 3991. What's going on? Wasn't he on the verge of collapsing from the poison just now? Why did he recover in the blink of an eye? Is it because the more poison is used, the more ferocious he becomes? Yi Xian's weak state had only lasted for a short period of a few breaths of time before he recovered quickly. Moreover, even the Medicine King cauldron that had suddenly slowed down had displayed extreme speed once more and chased after him. The flying centipede's enormous eyes instantly flickered with a dark glow while he muttered to himself and analyzed the reason for this strange scene before him. That scene from before was absolutely not fake. Otherwise, if that kid intended to do something, then how could he have given up so quickly and immediately recovered his state and speed? Looks like the poison mist is still effective against him. Even if his figure is protected by the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the Medicine King cauldron, he was still affected to a certain extent. His sudden bad state from before is the best proof of this. However, this fellow possesses too many top-rate resources. If I'm not wrong, the healing treasures he withdrew with a flip of his hand and tossed into his mouth included the nether furnace lotion that appeared in the quintessence region of all evil. There seemed to be a few drops of something with an even purer aura than the nether furnace lotion. It isn't the evil origin elixir. Hiss. Damn it. That kid's luck is too heaven-defying. He actually obtained the legendary evil origin elixir. Besides that, there's that huge piece of flesh that's obviously roasted. It emanates the aura of treasures, and it's absolutely the aura of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era. Damn it. He's actually feasting on the flesh and blood of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era. When he spoke up to hear, the flying centipede's eyes had grown even brighter, and his gaze revealed a green glow. He was clearly tempted to the extreme. At this moment, he simply wished for nothing more than to immediately turn around and plunder Yi Xian from the outside to the inside before he could vent his hatred. It's too infuriating. A tiny region lord is like an ant, yet every single thing he produces, no matter if it's treasures or resources, is actually something that even I, an eternal realm expert, covets yet doesn't possess at all. This is simply unreasonable. In an instant, the flying centipede's idea of staying behind to think of a way to kill the other party with poison so that he could obtain all the treasures and resources on the other party became even firmer. On one hand, it was because he saw that Yi Xian had more top-grade treasures and resources in his possession. On the other hand, it was because Yi Xian had been poisoned to the point of being in a bad condition in such a short period of time. In his panic, he had no choice but to immediately take out a large amount of top-grade resources of similar quality to expel the poison and recover. This meant that the effects of his poison mist on the other party's body were quite significant. Since that was the case, it meant that there was a high chance of him being poisoned to death. There was no reason not to give it a try. This won't do. I have to increase the amount of poisonous fog. This kid definitely has a lot of top-grade resources and all kinds of heavenly treasures on him. If the poisonous fog doesn't corrode him enough, once he's in a bad state, he'll immediately swallow heavenly treasures to recover. If this goes on, won't he eat all of them? While muttering to himself, the flying centipede nodded repeatedly and agreed with him. These top-notch resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to me, and they will change hands soon. How can he swallow them all? It's simply too wasteful. I can't let him off so easily. And if I increase the amount of poisonous fog, the density of the poisonous fog will increase to a certain extent, and the corrosive effect on the demonic ape real body will also increase greatly. This is the same principle as using strong medicine. Once the strong medicine is used, this guy will be poisoned on the spot. He won't even have the chance to take out all kinds of top-grade resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recover. In this way, not only can I save my resources and treasures, but I can also end this battle as soon as possible. If the demonic tribe's ancestor appears, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, the flying centipede's eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, he immediately increased the amount and speed of the poisonous fog in his body by at least several times. Hiss! Hiss, 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 as more and more of the strange poisonous fog spread out from its body at an even faster speed, the hissing sounds that made one's scalp tingle became denser and more intense as the flying centipede flew through the void at an extremely fast speed. The flying centipede didn't leave either. He continued to chase after the Shinon cauldron as they circled around the corner of the void. None of the strange poisonous mist from his body managed to spread out. They all stayed in this corner of the void. Gradually, due to the increasing density of the poisonous fog, this corner of the void became darker, as if it was suddenly dyed black by a large mass of ink. All this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. He was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He secretly activated the power of the Shinon cauldron's internal field, and the speed and progress of absorbing the strange poisonous fog from the void around him also became faster. Time passed quickly. Yi Xian activated the Shinon cauldron and followed the flying centipede closely. More than 10 minutes passed before he knew it. During the entire process, the clattering sounds of chains were echoing inside the true devil ape's body. In the end, when the flying centipede, which had been leading Yi Xian in circles, turned around and looked at Yi Xian again, 2 humming chains were echoing inside Yi Xian's body. The 2 thick potential shackles were finally broken. At this moment, the system notification that Yi Xian had been expecting echoed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Your current level is the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Your current level is the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. Another 2 consecutive breakthroughs. The effects of this strange poisonous fog were indeed extraordinary. After Yi Xian stepped into the Star Lord state, he was able to welcome another 2 consecutive breakthroughs with just 1 body tempering. When his original body was a 1st-level Star Lord, his true form of the ancient ape demon was a 6th-level Star Lord. Once he used the 9 transformations of the devil ape and reached the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a domain lord old monster. Even though his original self had made another breakthrough and reached the 3rd level of the Star Lord state, according to his calculations, the primordial devil ape should be in the 8th level of the Star Lord state after its bloodline was activated. Once he entered the 4th transformation of the ancient ape demon, his peak combat ability would reach the 3rd level of the State Lord state, which was already at the peak of the beginning stage of the State Lord state. He would reach the middle stage of the State Lord state with 1 more minor breakthrough. The current Yi Xian was the true body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was in the 4th transformation of the devil ape. As a result, following this breakthrough, the aura within his body rapidly rose, and in the blink of an eye, he rose from the 1st level of the Domain Lord to the 3rd level of the Domain Lord. Chapter 3992. What's going on? Why hasn't he been overpowered by the poison and has actually become even more ferocious? When he turned around to look, the flying centipede just happened to notice the scene of Yi Xian's cultivation instantly rising from the 1st rank of the Region Lord Realm to the 3rd rank of the Region Lord Realm, and he was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his face was covered in a dumbstruck expression. At this moment, half of his mind was filled with water and the other half was flour. Just thinking about it slightly caused his mind to instantly become mush. Damn it. He actually concealed his cultivation. Even if he was beaten to death, it was absolutely impossible for him to think that Yi Xian had just broken through because it was too shocking. A Region Lord Realm Junior that was like an ant actually had the leisure to break through while pursuing an Eternal Realm expert. This was truly too shocking, and it was utterly impossible for him to accept. So, after being stunned for a moment, the flying centipede quickly determined that Yi Xian had held back earlier. But now, he was on the verge of being unable to hold on because of the corrosion of the poison mist, so he'd unsealed that portion of his strength. This was the best explanation for the strange state that the flying centipede was in. Compared to Yi Xian breaking through on the spot during the battle, this was obviously more believable and easier to accept. When he thought like this, the heart that had just risen to his throat immediately calmed down, and the savage smile on his face grew even more savage. So what if he concealed his cultivation? Unsealing his concealed cultivation at a time like this can only mean that this kid is on the verge of being unable to hold on. This is just right. With the strength of the poison mist, I presume it won't be long before I'll be able to take him down and end this battle. When he thought up to here, the flying centipede's spirits were instantly refreshed, and he activated the countless poison sacs within his body with all his might. In an instant, even more strange poison mist instantly sprayed out from the countless pores on his enormous body. To the flying centipede, this poison mist was similar to the hellish ant liquid secreted by the hellish ant clan. It was an accumulation of innate bloodline ability. It could be said that the more the flying centipede released, the greater the impact on its body. If it had released all of its poison, the flying centipede would not have died on the spot. After all, the countless poison sacs in its body would slowly secrete poisonous fog and preserve it in the poison sacs. However, if all of them were to be emptied in a short period of time, the consequences would still be quite serious. To make an analogy, it was actually similar to lying on a woman's body and being completely squeezed until he was completely exhausted. His legs would definitely turn to jelly. He would have to eat a good meal and rest for a period of time before he could recover and regain his vigor. The flying centipede was naturally well aware of this, but he was like a fish that had been hooked, and he could not stop at all. At the very beginning, he first released a small amount of poison mist, then increased it to a large amount. Now that he saw that the other party was about to be unable to hold on, he used all his strength to release the poison mist without any regard for the consequences. He only hoped that he would be able to completely poison the other party in a short period of time. In his opinion, after all the poison mist and the countless poison sacs in his body was released, even though he would fall into a period of weakness, it did not matter. As long as he could follow closely behind, the abominable brat, who was barely holding on, would be completely poisoned. At that time, without his control, the Medicine King cauldron, which was sticking behind him like a dogskin plaster, would naturally stop. At that time, he only needed to turn around and rush back for a short distance, use his divine abilities, and kill the opponent who had been poisoned and had lost consciousness from a safe distance. Next would be the harvest. As long as he quickly took action and plundered all the treasures and resources on the other party's body, he might even be able to swallow a portion of them on the spot and more or less recover a portion of his foundation. At that time, even if the patriarch of the demon race descended, in a one-on-one battle, even if he was not a match for him, he could still guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. Yes. It had to be said that the old monster's abacus was really loud. He had considered and calculated all aspects. It was simply flawless. Everything was taken care of, and it seemed extremely perfect and perfect. However, he would never have thought that he was wrong from the beginning. This also meant that all the deductions and guesses that followed were destined to run counter to each other. Hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, as the flying centipede ignored the consequences and used all its strength to expel the strange poison mist that was stored in the countless poison sacs in its body, through the countless pores on the surface of its huge body, as if it was free. The hissing sounds that were already extremely dense in the surrounding void instantly rang out again. This feeling was like a huge pot of oil. The oil inside had already been burned, but a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. Countless fine mist fell on the boiling oil surface, splashing countless scalp-numbing crackling sounds. In fact, even this corner of the void had turned pitch black in a short period of time because the density of the strange poison mist was too high. It was simply impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. If it weren't for the fact that both Yi Xian and the flying centipede were starry sky experts with divine sense, at this time, in such a pitch-black environment, even their vision would have been completely restricted. However, all this was tantamount to a huge surprise for Yi Xian, like a pie falling from the sky. He was just worried that the strange poison mist in the surrounding void was not dense enough. Although he had used this opportunity to temper his body and break through to the next realm, the Shinong Cauldron's five-colored flame was still in the process of evolving. It was rapidly absorbing the strange poison mist in the surrounding void. Now, Yi Xian was most worried that the flying centipede would notice something strange and stop releasing the poison in his body. If that was the case, the five-colored flame's evolution opportunity would undoubtedly come to a premature end. The loss was too great. But now, all his worries were gone. He didn't know if the other party's brain had been flooded with water. He was clearly using this poison mist to temper his body, breaking through to the next realm on the spot, and reaping huge benefits. He was actually increasing the amount of poison mist released, as if he was afraid that he didn't reap enough benefits. There was probably no one else who was so generous and righteous. Sighing in his heart, Yi Xian suddenly had a thought. His divine sense subconsciously extended beneath his feet, entering the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron and directly entering the heart of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. It was as if the Shinong Cauldron under his feet had become different in an instant. The connection between it and his mind was clearer and more vivid. This was very likely a sign that the Shinong five-colored flame had finally completed its evolution and was advancing to the six-colored flame. With this strong expectation, Yi Xian entered the central region volcano in the cauldron space with a wisp of divine sense. With just a glance, he became excited. Chapter 3993. The six-colored flame was finally complete. At this point, the power of the Shenong cauldron increased again, and the additional color happened to be black, representing the poisonous flame attribute. Moreover, the Shenong six-colored flame already had the attribute of poisonous flame. This was definitely a huge breakthrough. Just in the aspect of roasting flesh and eating, there was already an unexpected change. Before this, Yi Xian had used the Shenong strange flame to roast flesh and blood, increasing the effect of the roasted flesh and blood, purifying and condensing it. But now, as long as he was willing, he could use the current Shenong six-colored flame to roast flesh and blood again, and focus on the effect of the poisonous flame. Not only would the quality of the roasted flesh and blood not improve, but it would also contain a strange poison. Moreover, there was no abnormality on the surface at all. It was still golden yellow and dripping with oil, and it was still fragrant. It was still appetizing to look at and smell it. Even if one swallowed it, they would not feel anything unusual. But when all the swallowed flesh and blood turned into pure energy in the body and circulated in the limbs and bones, the toxicity of the poisonous flame would show. At this point, even if one reacted, it would not be of much use. Even if one was not poisoned to death on the spot, he would probably lose a few layers of skin. Of course, this kind of roasting flesh and blood with poisonous flames could only be done to the enemy. Perhaps there would not be many opportunities to use it, but once it was used, the effect would definitely be unexpected and pleasantly surprising. This could almost be regarded as a backup method to deal with special situations. It was definitely the best method, without any suspense. And this was only a part of the power of the Shenong six-colored flame. There were obviously many others. The Shenong strange flame had a total of 9 colors. 1 to 3 colors were the early strange flame. 4 to 6 colors were the middle strange flame. 7 to 9 colors were the late strange flame. The current Shenong flame had already reached the peak of the middle strange flame, and it would enter the late strange flame after another evolution. Its significance was absolutely great, and there were definitely many practical benefits. However, Yi Xian did not have the time to carefully explore them one by one. There was still a flying centipede in front of him that seemed to have water in its head. It was waiting for him to take care of it. After a short period of excitement, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his state of mind again, and then turned to look at the flying centipede that was flying in circles in front of him. Today was different from the past. Although less than an hour had passed, both Yi Xian himself and the Shenong cauldron under his feet had quietly completed a breakthrough and evolution. Meanwhile, the flying centipede, who harbored malicious intentions in front of him, was rapidly depleting his energy. Even though he wasn't attacked, the large amount of poisonous mist accumulated in the countless poison sacs in his body had already been released in a short period of time. There wasn't much left, and this was also a form of depletion. Furthermore, it was a short-term and intense consumption. Under this increase and decrease, the disparity between the two sides was unknowingly obvious. It could be said that the current Yi Xian was extremely confident in capturing the flying centipede alive. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was 90% confident in capturing the flying centipede alive. But before that, there was still a large amount of strange black fog remaining in the surrounding void, but it had to be absorbed first. This kind of poisonous fog was rare, and there wouldn't be such a shop after this village. Yi Xian decided to use the Shenong cauldron to absorb it with all its might, condense it into liquid, and preserve it for future emergencies. A need. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain power of the Shenong cauldron with all his might. He no longer held back and unleashed an extremely fast speed, completely releasing it, and began to absorb the remaining strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void. Hiss. At this moment, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. The remaining strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void suddenly hissed loudly, and in an instant, it was as if it was sucked in by a powerful tornado, moving towards the mouth of the Shannon cauldron at an extremely fast speed. They gathered together. In just half a moment, a terrifying vortex formed from strange poisonous fog with a diameter of 10,000 feet appeared above the mouth of the cauldron. The flying centipede in the void in front of him just happened to turn its head at this moment. When it saw this strange scene, its mind was in a mess again. It was dumbstruck as if it had just been struck by lightning. Is this brat crazy? Do you think you're not dying fast enough? You're actually swallowing the sea like a whale. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no longer a trace of strange poisonous fog in the vast void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In just a short breath, all of the strange poisonous fog was sucked into the Shannon cauldron. If it was before the Shannon 6 colors had completed its evolution, this scene would definitely not have happened. Even if Yi Xian ignored the flying centipede in front of him and activated the Shannon cauldron to absorb with all its might, it would have taken at least 5 to 6 breaths. But now, the speed had increased by several times. From this, it could be seen that after the Shannon strange flame had evolved into a 6-colored flame, the power of the Shannon cauldron's internal domain had increased by an astonishing amount. What was even more astonishing was the speed at which it was condensed. Almost in the instant that the strange poisonous fog was completely absorbed, 18 drops of dark green liquid appeared in the central region of the Shannon cauldron. Each drop was only the size of a finger, but it gave off a sinister feeling that made one's heart palpitate. This was condensed from the huge amount of strange poisonous fog that it had just absorbed, and was named by Yi Xian as the sky centipede poison. Swish! With a thought, 18 small jade storage bottles were taken out by Yi Xian from his undying world. Each bottle contained a drop of the sky centipede poison. Following that, these 18 small jade storage bottles, which represented terrifying poison, were directly stored by Yi Xian into his undying world. After completing all this, Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. He lifted his head to look at the flying centipede in front of him and grinned. Who would have thought that chasing after a desperate foe would result in such a huge gain? Not only did I achieve a breakthrough in my body tempering, even the treasured cauldron's strange flame has evolved, and I even obtained 10 drops out of thin air. 8 drops of sky centipede poison, this is really... Thank you. Pooh. This is impossible, little bastard, you're lying, you. You must be about to be poisoned, this is the final radiance of the setting sun. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, the flying centipede in front of him opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green poisonous blood. The old man vaguely realized what had happened, but he was not willing to accept it, nor did he dare to believe it. However, in his subconscious, there was a voice telling him that everything was real, that every word the other party said was true, and that there was not the slightest bit of falsehood. Because this was the only way to explain everything that had happened before and now. Compared to his previous analysis, this was even more perfect. It was just that it was extremely unreliable, and he did not dare to believe it. Because of this, after spitting out the blood, the flying centipede's voice was filled with grief and indignation. A dignified, undying old monster like him had reached the point where his mind was about to collapse from the reality before his eyes. Chapter 3994. Pooh! You goddamn evildoer! As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the flying centipede in front of him spat out another mouthful of blood, and the grief and indignation on his face became even stronger. Playing with poison. There were plenty of people who played with poison, how could this be possible? The flying centipede was one of the 9 heavenly centipedes whose bloodline had evolved to the pinnacle of this species, and the poison mist that he spat out could even corrode the void of the universe. How could it be ignored by a random person who played with poison? This was definitely a monster. However, when he thought of the fact that this person was originally one of the 4 great monsters, and was known as the #1 person among the younger generation, the flying centipede was immediately stunned. Forget it, today's matter was over, and there was no way to continue. The other party, a junior of the domain lord level, actually had the time to temper himself and his magic treasures while chasing after the immortal old monsters, to make breakthroughs and improve. This was simply King Dog, and if he continued to stay, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Ah! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the flying centipede immediately had the intention to escape, and without hesitation, he turned around and shot off into the distance. Moreover, when he thought of the fact that the other party's cultivation strength had broken through again, and had even advanced by 2 small levels in a row, he immediately panicked and subconsciously urged the power in his body with all his strength. Plop! In the next moment, the flying centipede felt his body tremble, and he almost fell down in the void. Previously, he had used up 80 to 90% of the poison mist stored in all the poison sacs in his body, and now that he had used up so much of it, his legs were a little weak. This was really a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice. At this moment, the flying centipede's intestines were about to turn green with regret, because under this situation, it would be even more difficult for him to successfully escape the pursuit of the other party. In fact, this was indeed the case. The moment the flying centipede's body staggered in the void, Yi Xian's obviously mocking voice came from behind. "Yo, old man, are your legs weak? Did you shoot too much?" PFFF, the flying centipede was on the verge of spitting blood again. He was a dignified Eternal Realm expert, yet he'd been ridiculed by an ant at the Region Lord realm. This matter was truly too aggrieving. The crux of the matter was that this fellow had just obtained benefits from him, and this fellow was clearly acting like he'd been taken advantage of. That little bastard was really too hateful. The flying centipede's face was filled with tears, but there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and spit out all the resentment and humiliation. No matter what, he had to get through this calamity first. Where there was life, there was hope. In the future, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. On the other hand, if he were to fall here, then there would be no need to say anything. When he thought up to here, his heart trembled as he realized how severe the situation before him was. He didn't have the mood to reflect on it any longer, and he tossed everything to the back of his mind before gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to dash swiftly towards the space ahead. Facing this scene, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry at all. Earlier, his cultivation was merely at the First Order Region Lord realm, and the farmer god cauldrons might hadn't been improved yet. So, once he utilized it at full strength, his speed had already surpassed the flying centipede. Now, his strength had broken through once more from the First Order Region Lord realm to the Third Order Region Lord realm. Even the might of the farmer god cauldron had improved by quite a bit due to the 5 colored flames evolving into 6 colored flames. However, it just so happened that the Eternal Realm expert in front of him had shot too much in battle, and his legs were already weak. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian utilized the farmer god cauldron with all his might, then his speed was already capable of crushing the flying centipede. "Old fellow, you won't be able to escape. Don't be afraid. This king has taken a liking to you, and I'll absolutely not kill you. I just want to capture you alive." Even though the farmer god cauldron's 6 colored flames had been completed, and he probably didn't need the poisonous mist secreted by the flying centipede, such a thing was rare, and its effects in body tempering were much better than the hellish ant elixir. Moreover, this flying centipede before him was an existence whose bloodline had evolved to the peak of its species. It was difficult to find a second flying centipede in this world, so he naturally couldn't bear to directly kill it. He had long since decided that after capturing it alive, he would raise it in the farmer god cauldron, and extract the poisonous mist for a long time to condense into liquid and preserve it for a rainy day. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron with all his might, transforming into a ray of light that was at least 30% faster than the flying centipede, and whistling through the air. The distance between the two wasn't too far in the first place, and the current farmer god cauldron speed was far greater than before. In a short span of a dozen breaths, it had already rushed to the space 1,000,000 kilometers behind the flying centipede. The latter quickly glanced back and was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. If this continued, in a few more breaths of time, the farmer god cauldron would press down on his back. At that time, there would definitely be no way out, and he would probably really be captured alive. Huff! Just as the flying centipede was anxious and considering whether to take the risk and directly tear through the void and escape, a gust of wind suddenly whistled behind him, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer. He subconsciously turned around to look, and the scene that entered his eyes caused him to tremble on the spot. A sea of fire. A huge sea of flames was roaring and rolling as it whizzed over. Clearly, it had just shot out from the giant star cauldron that was chasing after them. The flying centipede was originally not afraid of a normal sea of fire, but the majestic sea of fire that was rapidly enveloping him was obviously different. Each cluster of flames had 6 colors, which was extremely strange. There was no doubt that its power was absolutely terrifying. Because among the 6 colors, one was black, which was clearly a poisonous flame. Vaguely, the flying centipede seemed to sense a slightly familiar aura from this black poisonous flame. It was the aura of the poisonous mist that was secreted from his body. Obviously, this 6-colored flame had just devoured the poisonous mist secreted by his body, which was why it had evolved and transformed. It could even devour and refine the poisonous mist that he was so proud of and increase its ferocious power. Was there any need to say more about the power of this mysterious 6-colored flame? Huff! The speed of this sea of fire was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. After all, it was shot out by the Shannon cauldron with all its power. In just a short breath, it had already blocked the flying centipede's path, and then it split into 2, surrounding him from left and right. The flying centipede's face suddenly changed, and his body trembled as he hurriedly stopped. When he turned his head to look around, his heart had already sunk to the bottom. In such a short time, the front and left sides were already filled with this strange wave of flames, and behind him, a huge cauldron like a star was whistling over. From the mouth of the cauldron, it was still spewing out 6-colored strange flames that made one's scalp numb. In the blink of an eye, his body was already surrounded by rolling waves of flames. He was wrapped tightly like a dumpling. Seeing this scene, the flying centipede was completely desperate. He raised his head and let out a violent howl, full of unwillingness and sorrow. Chapter 3995. Screech. Goddamned monstrous bastard, I was actually captured alive by a domain lord ant. In the blink of an eye, the flying centipede was engulfed in a sea of flames. The flying centipede's body was surrounded by rolling 6-colored strange flames, and its aura was astonishing. This scene caused the flying centipede to fall into complete despair. It raised its head and let out a vicious howl, full of unwillingness and incomparable mournfulness. At this moment, Yi Xian had also stopped. The Shannon cauldron beneath his feet, which was as enormous as a star, floated at the edge of the spherical sea of fire. It coldly stared at the flying centipede that was tightly wrapped by the 6-colored sea of fire, leaving only a pitiful amount of space for it to rest in. He let out a light breath and continued, "Old man, don't worry. As long as you perform well and contribute more poison, I guarantee that I won't mistreat you." What? You actually want to raise me like a cow and extract poison for a long time? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the flying centipede was so angry that his entire body trembled. A dignified undying old monster actually burst out with vulgarities on the spot. F***CKU. Noisy. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He waved his hand and the sea of fire in front of him instantly moved. It wrapped around the flying centipede and quickly surged toward the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it entered the space within the cauldron and fell toward the central region volcano. Rumble. At the same time, at the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron, a loud rumbling sound came from one side of the mountain wall. With Yi Xian's thought, a huge mountain wall cage appeared. It was at least 10,000 feet wide and was just enough to hold the flying centipede's true body. Soon, the boundless sea of fire that surged into the mountain wall cage seemed to have grown eyes and directly entered the mountain wall cage. Then, it passed through the mountain wall and entered the boiling flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano. The flying centipede, who was originally enveloped by the sea of fire, was left alone in the cage that was tailor-made for him. No matter how he roared and slammed into the cage, he could not break through it. He could not move it at all. Roar! Roar! Goddamned monstrous bastard, let me out. In the blink of an eye, he became a prisoner. As an undying old monster, the flying centipede was indescribably sad and indignant. He couldn't calm his emotions and kept roaring and rolling in the mountain wall cage. During this process, some strange black poison mist subconsciously spread out from his body and floated out. Unknowingly, it floated into another cage not far away. Was imprisoned in this mountain wall cage, and had become Yi Xian's servant. Shi Wanjin. However, Shi Wanjin had always been in a coma. Although his injuries had already healed, his cultivation was only a little bit stronger than an ordinary member of the Berserk lion tribe. Last time, for Shi Wanjin, who had a bloodline deficit, he had unintentionally inhaled the Thunderlock spirit mist in his body. This was equivalent to of. Since then, although he was still lying unconscious in the prison of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, and the cultivation aura in his body was still very weak, there were several purple-gold lightning crackling on the surface of his body from time to time. It was the same until now. Shi Wanjin, who had lost the Tao foundation of heaven and earth, was like a piece of white paper. His bloodline, which was extremely deficient, happened to be transforming toward a certain thunder attribute bloodline and physique because of the thunder lightning spiritual mist he absorbed last time. But now, this bloodline transformation had not been completed yet. In the mountain wall cage where Shi Wanjin was imprisoned, wisps of strange poison mist floated in. Moreover, the bloodline in his body was transforming, and it just so happened that it needed a large amount of energy to nourish it. Therefore, almost as if it was a natural reaction of the body, a weak suction force suddenly appeared in the unconscious Shi Wanjin's body, and quickly followed the strange poison mist that floated into the cage. The pores all over his body absorbed it. Although the amount was very weak, the process was still ongoing. That was because in the huge cage not far away, the furious flying centipede had been releasing poison all this time. One was releasing it unconsciously, while the other was absorbing it unconsciously. The amount was very weak, but it never stopped. If this continued, no one knew what would happen in the end. Before he decided to pursue the flying centipede, Yi Xian had never thought that he would get such a great benefit from this pursuit. It was like a blessing. Not only had he made another breakthrough in his cultivation base, but his life level had also evolved further. Even the Shenong unusual flame in the Shenong cauldron had gained a poisonous flame attribute as a result, successfully evolving into a 6-colored flame. In the end, he got 18 drops of Sky Centipede's poison and a living Sky Centipede of 9 bases in the immortal realm. It was a big gain. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief to calm his agitated mind. He quickly activated the Shenong cauldron, turned around, and rushed towards the Demon Emperor star area. After a while, he arrived at the edge of the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. At this time, outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, there was still a void with a radius of 10,000 miles, enveloped by a violent and terrifying purple-gold sea of lightning. At the top of the sea of lightning, there was a blue-gold innate thunder source treasure hanging. It was Yi Xian's Rai Di seal. And in the center of the sea of lightning, there was a 10,000-foot-long colorful flame thunder sparrow. If it were not for Yi Xian's special instructions, this immortal realm colorful flame thunder sparrow would have been blown to ashes. The reason for this was that Yi Xian had taken a fancy to this colorful flame thunder sparrow's lightning attribute bloodline. He felt that it might be useful for the recovery of the desolate Electra, so he decided to capture it alive. However, the desolate Electra had not yet awakened, so Yi Xian did not know what to do with this colorful flame thunder sparrow. Although he could activate the Rai-D seal's domain to directly refine it, erase its consciousness, and extract a strand of lightning attribute bloodline from its body, but would that really work for the desolate Electra? Yi Xian was not sure if it would work. After pondering for a while, he decided to put this colorful flame thunder sparrow into the Shenong cauldron, like the flying centipede, and lock it in the mountain wall cage of the central region volcano in the cauldron. He would decide what to do with it after the desolate Electra woke up. After making the decision, Yi Xian was about to take action immediately. It was also at this moment that an unexpected change suddenly occurred. In his mind, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a lightning attribute creature has been discovered. Do you want to immediately refine it into a thunder slave? Thunder slave. What the hell is this? After being stunned for a while, Yi Xian immediately launched a data search in the system's database. Soon, he had a result. After checking it, he immediately understood. Chapter 3996. Yi Xian had previously obtained a strand of thunder origin from the Thunder Tomb. The so-called Thunder Origin was a strand of Thunder Origin that was nurtured by the Thunderlock spiritual mist in the innate Thunder Sea. The Thunderlock spiritual mist was the mother nest of this strand of Thunder Origin. The strand of Thunder Origin that Yi Xian had captured not long ago had yet to develop sentience. It was merely a thunder worm without sentience. However, if it was allowed to grow, as time passed, it would eventually develop sentience. When that time came, it would become the thunder spirit of this vast thunder sea. And the thunder sea that had developed a thunder spirit could be controlled at will. When it was large, it was vast and boundless, spreading out endlessly into the starry sky. When it was small, it could even condense into a thunderball, crossing the void and shooting out into the endless sea of stars. To put it bluntly, it was actually the thunder sea that had developed sentience. The desolate thunder sparrow that Yi Xian had learned from the system database was a mature thunder spirit formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. If the strand of thunder origin that Yi Xian had captured earlier could continue to grow, it could eventually lead the thunder sea to develop sentience. It could become a thunder sparrow, a thunder dragon, or some other form. In short, its forms were different, but its essence was the same. It was formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. A sentient being. Although there was only a strand of the desolate thunder sparrow's bloodline left in this thunder sparrow's body, which did not have the qualifications to become a thunder spirit, it could be refined into a thunder slave. A thunder soul was different from a thunder slave. A thunder soul was formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. It could be said that the thunder soul was the thunder sea, and it was the master of the thunder sea. It was also the thunder sea itself. A thunder slave was different. A thunder slave was a slave, and could command a thunder sea. However, it was only a commander, and not the master of the thunder sea. Above that, it had to take orders from others. The significance of the thunder slave lay in the fact that it was a sea of lightning. With the thunder slave, the power of the sea of lightning would be more comprehensive and thorough. Take the Rai-D seal for example. Although Yi Xian had already refined it, he was not of the thunder attribute, nor was he a thunder spirit. He could activate the Rai-D seal to release a sea of thunder to defend against the enemy, but there would always be some awkwardness, as if there was a layer of barrier, unable to fully activate the power of the Rai-D seal to the extreme. However, if he refined this rainbow flame lightning sparrow and made it his lightning slave, he would be able to enter the Rai-D seal. In that case, when Yi Xian used the Rai-D seal again in the future, he didn't need to pay too much attention to the Rai-D seal. He only needed to give orders to Lei Nu directly. With Lei Nu around, the power of the Rai-D seal could be unleashed even more thoroughly without any hindrance. After he figured out all of this, Yi Xian immediately decided to refine the rainbow flame lightning sparrow and make it the lightning slave of the Rai-Di seal. The order was quickly given, and there was utterly no need for Yi Xian to interfere in its execution because the Rai-Di seal was able to accomplish all of this on its own. Rumble, bang. After it received Yi Xian's order, the sea of violet gold lightning that covered an area of 5,000 kilometers instantly surged with lightning, and its impetus grew even more shocking. This was the sign that the Rai-Di seal was about to condense and refine the rainbow flame lightning sparrow into a lightning slave of the Rai-Di seal. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow that was trapped within the sea of lightning sensed this and realized that calamity was about to befall it. It immediately let out sharp cries and vicious howls, and it even started to beg for mercy from Yi Xian for the sake of being spared its life. Roar! Young brother, please show mercy. I'm willing to submit. A dignified Eternal Realm expert had actually been forced to speak such words of submission to an ant at the Region Lord Realm. Needless to say, this was truly too aggrieving. However, the rainbow flame lightning sparrow didn't have any other choice. Even though it was trapped within the sea of lightning, it could sense everything that was occurring in the outside world. Besides the blood-crested fox-dove that had perished beneath the violet gold tide of time, the sable-fiend tiger and soaring centipede that came after it had been blasted to death and captured alive. For Eternal Realm experts had descended, so only it remained in a short period of less than 2 hours of time. Under such circumstances, how could it possibly hold on to its so-called dignity as an Eternal Realm expert? Unfortunately, even if it put down its status and dignity and personally begged for mercy from Yi Xian for the sake of being spared, the latter didn't appreciate it at all. The Rai-Di seal's refinement had already begun, and Yi Xian didn't intend to stop just like that. It was even to the extent that he didn't give a single reply. He just stood there in space at the side of the sea of lightning and watched coldly as all of this occurred. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow felt complete despair, and its vicious howls grew even more miserable. In the end, it even cursed without end. However, Yi Xian still remained unmoved. In a short period of over 10 breaths of time, the dust had settled. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow's aura had vanished completely. However, Yi Xian sensed that there was an aura that was extremely close to him within the vast sea of lightning ahead. It was very pure and very strong. It had actually attained the advanced stage of the Eternal Realm, and it was much stronger than the rainbow flame lightning sparrow from before. This was clearly the effect of being tempered by the Rai-Di seal. This strand of consciousness was formed from the strand of the primeval lightning sparrow's bloodline within the rainbow flame lightning sparrow's body. Now, it was the lightning slave of the Rai-Di seal. As for the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, it had been obliterated a long time ago while its 30 kilometers body had been completely refined, and it had become the lightning slave formed from this strand of lightning sparrow's bloodline. Screech! A high-pitched vicious howl resounded through the clouds. Following that, a figure rushed out from the sea of lightning ahead. It was only about a foot in size and looked like an ordinary bird. However, its entire body was purple gold in color. There was spirituality in its eyes, and there was even lightning flickering in and out of its eyes. From time to time, there would be purple gold lightning flashing in and out of its eyes. This was the lightning soul of the Emperor's seal, and it was still in the form of a lightning sparrow. As the figure rushed out, the purple gold lightning sparrow suddenly lowered its head and opened its small beak. In the next moment, the sea of purple gold lightning below it turned into a huge river of lightning that soared into the sky. In less than half a breath's time, the purple gold lightning had been devoured by the sea of purple gold lightning. The sparrow had swallowed everything into its stomach. A large sea of lightning fell into its stomach, causing the foot-sized purple gold lightning sparrow to burp. Then, it turned its head to look in Yi Xian's direction. With a light cry of joy, it flapped its wings and flew over, like a swallow throwing itself into its arms. At this moment, Yi Xian was really nervous. After all, even though this purple gold lightning sparrow had an inconspicuous appearance, the might it could unleash was extremely terrifying. The sea of lightning that it had just swallowed was proof of this. Moreover, its cultivation had already reached the late stage of the sempiternal stage, and it was not far from the peak. If it really wanted to attack Yi Xian after getting close, Yi Xian would definitely be in trouble. However, this was after all the lightning slave of the Rai Di seal that he had refined. In a sense, it was actually his servant. Chapter 3997. In the end, it was just a false alarm. Although this purple gold thunder sparrow was refined from the primordial thunder sparrow bloodline extracted from the iridescent flame thunder sparrow, the iridescent flame thunder sparrow's consciousness had long been erased along with its true body. Now, the purple gold thunder sparrow's intelligence was bestowed by the Rai Di seal. It was a completely new life, and had nothing to do with the iridescent flame thunder sparrow. Naturally, it would not hate Yi Xian anymore. On the contrary, its life and intelligence were bestowed by the Rai Di seal, and the Rai Di seal had long been refined by Yi Xian. Its essence was branded with Yi Xian's aura. Therefore, in the eyes of this purple gold thunder sparrow, Yi Xian was actually its master, and the Rai Di seal was its nest. Under such circumstances, how could it attack Yi Xian? At this moment, after a sparrow landed on Yi Xian's shoulder, the purple gold thunder sparrow happily circled him a few times, chirping softly from time to time, revealing a sense of dependence. At this point, Yi Xian was completely relieved. Originally, he was really interested in playing with this cute little lightning sparrow, but now there were other things to do. Therefore, Yi Xian directly waved his hand to summon the Rai Di seal, and mentally signaled for the little lightning sparrow to return to its nest. The little lightning sparrow reluctantly circled Yi Xian's figure again, and finally turned into a wisp of purple gold light, and rushed into the imperial seal. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put away the Rai Di seal, and then turned to look in the direction of the 3 stars demonic emperor. As early as when Yi Xian drove the Shanong cauldron to chase the flying centipede, the starry sky defensive array of the 3 stars demonic emperor had been removed. A large number of warships rushed out of the 3 stars demonic emperor's defensive array after the defensive light shield disappeared, and rushed to the battlefield to encircle and annihilate the escaping fleet of 1 million elite warships. Fish. At this moment, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the 3 Devil Emperor stars for the same reason. The 3 Sector Lord Old Monsters had already escaped, but they were definitely not far away. The upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family would not allow them to leave. Most likely, the ancestor of the Demonkin race had already used his methods to seal the entire Demonkin starfield, preventing them from tearing through space and leaving. As a marquis, even if he didn't show himself, he could still do this. Although his opponent had not shown himself, Yi Xian believed that he had been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. Previously, he had only shown himself to be able to kill these 4 immortal realm old monsters one by one. Otherwise, he would have shown himself long ago. But even if he didn't show himself, he couldn't let the 3 Sector Lord old monsters escape, because if that happened, the news of this battle would definitely be leaked. It should be known that the powerhouses of the 2 camps of the various races in the 2nd universe and the human race in the 3rd universe, as well as the Senate of the Myriad Luo Federation, had not yet arrived. If they were shocked to hear that the Myriad Race Alliance of the 1st universe had lost 4 immortal old monsters in the Demon Emperor Starfield in just one day, they would probably be frightened on the spot. He had to retreat. The next time they came, there would probably be Marquis or even Emperor-level immortals. Therefore, these 3 undyings of the Myriad Races Alliance had to be left behind. As for the other small fries, they could be left to the fleets and experts of the Devil race to take care of. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to kill these 3 realm masters. After that, this battle would be considered to have come to an end. When Yi Xian turned around, a group of upper echelons of the demon royal family had already rushed over. The one leading was the current demon emperor, Mo Wen Tian. At this moment, Mo Wen Tian's face was filled with fear. He looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression, as if he had been scared out of his wits. When their gazes met, Mo Wen Tian didn't hesitate at all. He cupped his hands and said, "The positions of those 3 sector lords have been locked. The current demon emperor has already gone after one of them. The other 2 haven't separated yet. Their positions are right here." As he said this, a direction coordinates wrapped in spiritual energy shot towards Yi Xian. He waved his hand and caught it in his palm. After quietly dispersing it, Yi Xian already knew the positions of those 2 sector lords. They are actually still sticking together. Could it be that they still want to gather their strength so that they can forcefully counterattack when they are intercepted? While muttering to himself, Yi Xian revealed a cold smile. Without saying anything else, he activated the farmer god cauldron under his feet and turned around. He shot towards the edge of the demon royal star field that led to the central region of the first universe, Black Wind Star Field. Black Wind Star Field was one of the 9 star fields of the demon royal star field. It was a place that one had to pass through to reach the central region of the first universe. This originally belonged to the Black Wind tribe, one of the 8 foreign tribes of the demon royal family. But now that the demon royal family was in danger, the 8 foreign tribes had all gathered in the central region of the demon royal star field. Therefore, in such a large area of the Black Wind Star Field, there were almost no strong warriors stationed in the various demon royal star fields. At this time, in the void of the Black Wind Star Field, there were 2 figures flying at extreme speed. Their speed was actually much faster than the huge stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These were the 2 sector lord old monsters that had escaped from the demon royal star field. They were also Yi Xian's target. This place was already tens of millions of miles away from the central region of the demon royal star field. Another 30 to 40 million miles and they would be able to leave the demon royal star field. In the void, the 2 sector lord old monsters channeling the energy in their bodies and using extreme speed, fleeing all the way, the only thing they had in mind was the demonic devil starfield border dividing line 30 to 40 million li away. They were sector lord old monsters, but now they were like stray dogs. They were truly frightened because they had personally witnessed 3 undying old monsters being crushed by the demon royal brother, Mo Jiufeng. The blood-crowned fox dove was reduced to half a skeleton. The black demon tiger was blasted in 2. Even its primordial spirit couldn't escape. As for the rainbow lightning sparrow, it was also trapped in a 10,000-mile sea of lightning. Clearly, it wasn't looking good either. This was too shocking. The 3 sector lord old monsters who were watching the battle from afar were so scared that they immediately turned and fled. They originally wanted to tear through the void and escape, but they quickly discovered that the void was sealed by a formless mysterious energy. They couldn't do it at all. Helplessly, the 3 could only use their fleshly body to travel through the void and escape in different directions. Luckily, the demon royal brother Mo Jiufeng was chasing the last undying old monster, the flying centipede. He didn't have time to care about them. As long as they were fast enough, there was still a chance to escape this sealed demon royal star field and tear through the void again. There was still 30 million miles before reaching the edge of the demon royal star field. As long as they rushed out, they would see their chance. Thinking up to here, the 2 sector lord old monsters became excited. Their speed that had already reached the limit actually exploded again under such circumstances, increasing their speed by another 20%. At this time, in the direction of the demon royal star field, something unexpected happened. Rumble. Chapter 3998. Rumble. Rumble. Rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded, and it was growing closer and closer. It was the commotion caused by a treasured cauldron that was enormous like a star shooting over at extreme speed through space. Shockingly, it was Yi Xian who'd locked onto the position of the treasured cauldron and utilized the farmer god cauldron with all his might to rush over and kill Yi Xian and his companions. The hearts of the two fleeing world lords froze while they had a bad premonition, and they instinctively turned around to look. When they saw this scene, they were terrified to the point their figures started trembling while their countenances instantly turned ghastly pale like a sheet of paper. After all, this person behind him was a terrifying existence that could even annihilate eternal old monsters. So, the strength he revealed at the Region Lord realm right now was simply a facade to deceive others. Besides that eternal old monster from the Senior Council of the Federation that he'd killed not too long ago, they'd witnessed this fellow crush 3 eternal old monsters just moments ago. The blood-crowned fox dove had been transformed into half a skeleton, the baleful black devil tiger had been blasted into 2, and even its soul core hadn't been able to escape. As for the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, it was similarly trapped within an ocean of lightning, and it obviously didn't bode well for it. After that, he even pursued the flying centipede with great fanfare. Based on the fact that he'd caught up to them so quickly, the flying centipede was probably dead as well. Now that they thought about it, in merely less than 2 hours of time, the eternal old monsters that had perished at his hands had already arrived at 4. If that eternal old monster from the Senior Council of the Federation was included, then it would be 5 eternal old monsters. What a monstrous genius! He's simply not human, he's simply a god of slaughter. When they thought up to here, the hearts of these 2 fleeing world lords instantly started to tremble. They'd gathered together and not fled separately because they were originally prepared to deal with their enemies as soon as possible and flee swiftly if they encountered obstructions. But that was referring to the other experts of the demonic race. Even if a sector lord chased over, with the 2 of them working together, if they were willing to risk their lives, they would have a chance to escape in a short period of time. However, the one chasing after them was this terrifying god of death. Even the immortal realm old monsters had fallen in his hands. Facing such an existence chasing after them, they simply didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Even the flying centipede couldn't escape and was still killed. With their strength, if they wanted to escape from the hands of this killing god, could they not be joking? His only hope was to make the other party stop pursuing him. If he wanted to do that, he could only beg for mercy. As for other methods, once he used them, he would definitely be courting death. He would directly enrage the other party, and they would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. They would not rest until he was dead. More importantly, they didn't have the ability to escape that far. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 sector lord old monsters were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They exchanged a glance, and their pale faces turned red. They turned around and begged for mercy from this god of slaughter Jr. who was chasing after them. Little friend, calm down. What happened before was actually a misunderstanding. Please don't chase us anymore. Treat us as farts, and let us go, all right? Since you've been tormenting us for so long, you must be tired. We don't dare to trouble you anymore. We'll scram ourselves. Yes, 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 scram immediately, don't stay a second longer. Little ancestor, why are you still chasing us? We have no enmity, please don't chase us. Woo! After pleading a few times, the god of slaughter who was chasing after him at an extremely fast speed didn't move at all. He didn't even respond. In just a short while, the huge cauldron that was like a star under his feet had caught up a lot closer. It seemed that it was about to catch up with him. Such a scene scared the 2 old monsters out of their wits. Their words carried a sobbing tone. At this moment, they were truly regretting it to the point that their intestines turned green. If they had known earlier that the devil race's royal brother, Mo Jin Feng, was such a monster, why would they have fought to the death? They would have just brought their race to surrender. With such a monster around, the devil race was destined to be a great blessing. They were destined to be the #1 universe overlord. Unfortunately, they didn't understand this point before. It was too late to regret now. Rumble, Just as the two Sector Lord old monsters were filled with regret and hatred, the Shinnon cauldron that was as large as a star behind them had already caught up to them in a few breaths of time. It was already less than 100 miles away from the two of them who were fleeing with extreme speed. A feeling of complete despair surged into their hearts. The expressions of the two Sector Lord old monsters instantly became ferocious. After all, they were the ancestor-level figures of their respective races. Just now, they were like stray dogs begging for mercy from the god of death chasing behind them. That was because they still held on to the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. But now, it seemed that wanting to live this time had clearly become a wishful thinking. It was simply impossible to realize. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to lower his status and dignity to beg the other party. It was just death anyway. Since he couldn't escape, he would do his best to cause some damage to the other party. Little bastard, you forced me to do this. Since I'm going to die anyway, even if I can't drag you down with me, I'll at least disgust you a little. Go to hell. With a ferocious expression, the two Sector Lord old monsters revealed their ferocious expressions. As they roared, they directly revealed their respective bloodline true bodies, which were tens of thousands of feet tall. Then, they did not hesitate to self-destruct. It was not the self-destruction of the physical body, but the physical body and primordial spirit at the same time. In any case, it was useless to keep the primordial spirit. An immortal old monster as strong as the Black Fiend Devil Tiger, after the bloodline true body was blasted into two pieces, the primordial spirit escaped. Didn't it also not escape the calamity? In the end, the primordial spirit was destroyed, and its body and soul were destroyed. Rumble. After making up their minds and determined to die, the two Sector Lord old monsters stopped fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Their expressions were ferocious as they glared at Yi Xian who was chasing after them. Within the 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body, a deep thunderous sound came out like a tide. This was the sound of self-destruction. It had been activated, and the rhythm was about to unfold. In front of this king, do you have the qualifications to self-destruct? Seeing that these two fellows wanted to self-destruct, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and directly pulled out a sea of flames from the Shinnon cauldron beneath his feet. Each flame had 6 colors, and it was incomparably dazzling. It was majestic for tens of thousands of miles, and directly enveloped the two Sector Lords' 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body. It was enveloped within awe, ruthless. Chapter 3999. After this unexpected evolution, the power of the Shinnong's 6-colored flames had clearly become more powerful. At this moment, the two Sector Lord old monsters, and they were still alive, had been completely roasted in just a dozen breaths. When Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the 6-colored flames into the Shinnon cauldron, there were already 2 large pieces of complete fragrant meat in the void in front of him. The bloodline of these two Sector Lord old monsters was the striped deer, while the other was the hedgehog beast. Their bloodline true bodies were tens of thousands of meters tall, but at this moment, after being roasted by the Shinnong's 6-colored flames and refining all the impurities, the 2 lumps of meat left in the void had shrunk to only 40 to 50,000 meters. Its entire body was golden and dripping with oil, emitting a rich fragrance. Yi Xian had never eaten these 2 bloodlines of space beasts before, especially the striped deer. It was said that its meat was extremely tender and was a great delicacy in space. That was referring to the striped deer that didn't have any cultivation strength or intelligence. And the one in front of him that had been roasted was a Sector Lord realm striped deer, whose life form and bloodline had evolved to an extremely high degree. Its meat was originally even more delicious, and after being roasted by the Shinnong's 6-colored flames, it was naturally extremely tempting whether it was the taste or the effect. Even Yi Xian, who was used to eating the meat roasted from the remains of quasi-desolate powerful beings, couldn't help but feel his appetite and salivate at this moment. With a wave of his hand, he didn't hesitate to use the withered demon blood blade and cut off the best and most delicious pieces of meat from the striped deer and the hedgehog beast. Then, while putting away the withered demon blood blade, he sent most of the remaining meat into the Shinong cauldron. There was still a large group of foodie beasts inside. Although this time couldn't let them eat to their heart's content, it could at least appease them a little. In this battle, although the myriad race alliance formed by the servants of the first universe had sent over 1 million elite troops, due to Yi Xian's hasty return, he had no choice but to use the blood mosquito battle armor in the face of the demon guard's annihilation. After an all-out attack, 1 million battleships were basically destroyed. Nothing was left behind. The flesh and blood that the indigenous vicious beasts had hoped for had not been left behind at all. If those foodies were to find out about this, they would probably beat their chests and stomp their feet, cursing Yi Xian for being a wastrel. Fortunately, there was still the second wave of the punitive expedition army coming. The humans of the third universe were all descendants of the dire beast bloodline. When the war broke out, there would be a huge amount of flesh and blood resources to be collected. Thinking like this, Yi Xian nodded inwardly. He had already made up his mind. After returning to the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor Star, he would release all the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle at the first possible moment and have them guard the Demon Emperor Star region. In this way, once the battle started, he could just hunt or collect whatever meat he wanted to eat. While muttering this matter in his heart, Yi Xian ate heartily. The 2 large pieces of flesh and blood that he had cut with the withered demon blood blade were quickly eaten clean by him. This kind of flesh that had been roasted by the Shinong 6-colored flame was indeed extraordinary. As soon as it entered his mouth, while leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth, it instantly turned into a warm current that rapidly circulated through Yi Xian's limbs and bones, making his entire body warm and comfortable to the extreme. With his current cultivation base and strength, it was obviously impossible to directly break through on the spot after eating this bit of flesh and blood roasted by the bloodline true body of a Sector Lord Old Monster, but after all, this was also a kind of accumulation. With the death of these 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters, this war could be considered to have completely come to an end. In terms of high-end combat strength, 2 of the 4 Immortal Realm Old Monsters that the Myriad Race Alliance had dispatched had fallen. One had been captured alive by Yi Xian, and the other had been completely annihilated. The bloodline in their bodies had been extracted and refined into an Emperor Seal Thunder slave by the Thunder Emperor Seal. In terms of conventional battle strength, of the 1 million elite battleships dispatched by the Myriad Race Alliance this time, not a single one was left, all of them destroyed. Although many of the stronger universe experts in the battleships had escaped, of the 3 strongest Sector Lord Old Monsters, 2 had just been dealt with by Yi Xian, and the last one was handled by the Demon Emperor Mo and Tian, most likely already fallen by now. As for the rest of the small fries, they could be left to the other experts of the demon race to clean up. There was no need for Yi Xian to do anything. It could be said that this time, the battle strength dispatched by the Myriad Race Alliance could be said to have been completely annihilated. Not a single one was able to escape alive. This also ensured that in a short period of time, news of this shocking slaughter in the Demon Race Star Field would not be leaked. This was also the result that Yi Xian and the Demon Race wanted. If there are no surprises, the various races of the Second Universe, as well as the 2 camps of the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation in the Third Universe, should be arriving soon. At most, they will arrive at the First Universe in 3 days, and within 5 days, they will arrive at the Demon Emperor 3 stars. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. In the end, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Humph, no matter what, this young master and the demon dwellers are now close friends. In this battle, this young master defeated 4 Immortal Realm Old Monsters alone, but the demon dweller's foundation ancestor has not shown up yet, although this is normal. After all, he is an Immortal Realm official. Unless there is no other choice, he will definitely not make a move. Otherwise, if his aura is leaked and is sensed by the various races of the second universe, the human race and the myriad Luo Federation in the third universe, there will be endless variables in this battle. Even though it's like that, this young master has turned the situation around by himself and dealt with the danger of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. However, the demon race practically didn't contribute at all. This is an indisputable fact. In short, no matter what, the demon race owes this young master an enormous favor. After all, this young master fought 4 immortal realm experts while at the Region Lord realm. It's rare to encounter such an opportunity where the demon race was in the wrong. Moreover, the demon emperor, Mo Zhu Tian, who had been intentionally avoiding this young master, made an appearance at the last moment. He clearly felt that he was in the wrong and intentionally showed himself in order to appease this young master. When he spoke up to this point, a bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and then a wisp of slyness suddenly appeared in his eyes as he continued muttering to himself. A bastard that refuses to take advantage of an opportunity. Seizing the opportunity when the Demon Emperor took the initiative to appease this young master because the demon race was in the wrong, I can seize this opportunity to ask him about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Demon Mosquito Butcher's background and ability. Chapter 4000. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the Shinong cauldron under his feet into his body. He even removed the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape and returned to his human form. His cultivation level also dropped to the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. After doing all this, he waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He took a step into it and turned around to rush towards the 3-star Devil Emperors. He had decided that he had to find out who the Mad Mosquito King and Mosquito Butcher were, and if they were related to the home planet of the demons. Yi Xian had already heard about the mother planet from the current generation's Devil Emperor, Mo Tian. The bloodline ancestor of the Devil Cultivator race came from that mysterious mother planet. Back then, when the primordial war broke out, the entire great desolate world collapsed into 10,000 worlds. Because of that war, the home planet drifted to an unknown void crack. Only the bloodline primordial ancestor, who was as strong as the primordial ancestor, wandered to the first universe with a few descendants. This person was the bloodline primordial progenitor of the demon kin race in the first universe. At that time, because he was heavily injured, this demon kin bloodline primordial progenitor took his juniors and followers to a small independent grotto heaven to recover from his injuries. Later, one of the descendants of the bloodline primordial ancestor started a family in the first universe, which led to the birth of the demons in the first universe. The first demon emperor wasn't actually the first descendant of the primordial ancestor, he was only called the first demon emperor because he had founded the demon dynasty. In that independent small cave, there are many ancestors who are older than the first generation demon emperor. That independent small cave can be said to be the ancestral land of the demon race in the first universe. However, the ancestral land and the real foundation of our race's bloodline is actually in that mysterious mother planet. Unfortunately, the bloodline primordial ancestor left after he recovered from his wounds, along with the descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor who had followed him to the first universe. Of course, they all left their descendants in the first universe before they left. After all, they did not belong here. Although they had the bloodline to spread their branches in this universe, in the end, they were still homesick and embarked on the path back. They entered the vast void to find a way to return to their mysterious home planet. Since then, there had been no news of them. However, even though the bloodline primordial ancestor and his descendants and followers had left, the descendant who had left the demons in the first universe had a first-generation descendant and a second-generation descendant who were still alive. Both of them were immortals. The first-generation descendant was an immortal emperor. He had been training in seclusion 10,000 years ago, trying to become an immortal emperor, but he hadn't finished yet. The second-generation descendant who was guarding the ancestral land of the demons was a marquis immortal emperor. These two undying beings were merely descendants of a descendant of the primal ancestor of the demon kin bloodline primal ancestor. At that time, the bloodline primordial ancestor had descended to the first universe along with several descendants of the demons and followers of other races. Among the others, a few of them had left their descendants in the first universe. At that time, when Yi Xian found out about this shocking secret, he had asked the current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian about the whereabouts of the other descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor and their bloodline descendants. He had even asked if the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher were the descendants of the other descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor. However, the current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian and the higher-ups of the royal demon family were all very secretive. Their expressions were very strange, and they said they didn't dare to say more. Yi Xian had no choice but to give up. Now, he had finally caught the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian, who had been hiding from him, and he was obviously feeling guilty because of this battle. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. After a short while, the 3 stars of the demon emperor were in sight. The void outside the inner defense circle was still in chaos. A large number of battleship wreckages were scattered in the void, and some were even burning. However, compared to the raucous scene that had just taken place, the space within the devilish Emperor 3 Stars' defensive perimeter had already fallen completely silent. A large number of demon battleships were shuttling back and forth silently. Countless demon experts were busy cleaning up the mess. Yi Xian didn't stop there. The void-shattering shuttle flew directly to the Demon Emperor planet. Soon, it passed through the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet and entered the planet. With a whoosh, the void-shattering shuttle stopped in the air above the inner city of the Demon Emperor. Yi Xian took a step forward, stepped out of the cabin, and stored the void-shattering shuttle into his body with a wave of his hand. Then, his figure swayed, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the Demon Royal Palace. At this time, the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family were in the middle of a meeting. When they saw Yi Xian arrive, they all stood up, including the first-generation Devil Emperor, Mo Zhutian. As expected, he had already killed the other escaping Realm Lord Old Monster and returned to the Devil Emperor planet before Yi Xian. Yi Xian stepped into the palace, but his face was deliberately gloomy, as if he was extremely unhappy. The upper echelons of the royal demon family saw his expression and looked at each other carefully. Before, they were very respectful in front of Yi Xian, and now, their attitude was even more obvious. After all, this young man in front of them had killed, suppressed, or captured 4 immortal realm old monsters in less than 2 hours. This was definitely a peerless monster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was unprecedented. As if they'd noticed the displeasure in Yi Xian's heart, the Demon Emperor, Mo Wen Tian, and the others exchanged glances. Even though they'd stood up, none of them took the initiative to move forward. The Demon Emperor, Mo Wen Tian, was the #1 expert in the royal demon family. Others could avoid him, but he couldn't. When he saw Yi Xian's expression, Mo Wen Tian was first stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. He walked over to Yi Xian, cupped his hands, and said politely, "Young brother, you've worked hard in this battle. I presume you can understand why the ancestors of my race haven't made a move. This matter. Sorry, don't call me young brother so sweetly. This young master isn't that familiar with you, right? Humph. What bullshit ally. For immortal realm old monsters descended, yet this young master, a region lord, was actually asked to hold the fort by himself. Fortunately, this young master was lucky, otherwise, would have probably been blasted to death numerous times by now. Besides that, it's really difficult to meet an ally like you. Are you trying to wash your hands off and become a superior ninja?" Chapter 4001. Don't be angry. Don't be impulsive. Hearing that Yi Xian was going to pack up and leave, the expression of the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, slightly moved as he hurriedly dissuaded him. The other upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family in the palace were even more nervous. The young man in front of them was a real killing god. He had taken care of 4 immortal old monsters in just 2 hours. Such battle strength was simply too important for the demon kin race today. They definitely couldn't let him leave just like that. However, this time, the demon race was indeed in the wrong. 4 undying old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance had arrived, while the demon race clearly had an undying ancestor, and this second-generation ancestor was an undying marquis, so it was easy for him to deal with the 4 undying old monsters from the enemy. However, he didn't show up from the beginning. In the end, the 4 undying old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed by this young man. And yet, he knew the secrets of the demon race. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for him not to feel resentful. However, they were all allies. It was okay to be angry. They just had to say it out loud. Didn't he already make a request? They just had to satisfy him. It wasn't a big deal anyway. With this thought in mind, the gazes of the upper echelons of the demon royal family immediately turned towards the demon emperor, Mo Yutian. As for the person involved, Yi Xian, it was even more so. His eyes flickered with a bright light as he stared at the face of the demon emperor, Mo Yutian, from beginning to end, quietly waiting for his reply. From the looks of it, if Mo Yutian was still trying to muddle his way out of this matter like the previous 2 times, Mo Yutian might really turn around and leave in a huff. Faced with such a situation, Mo Yutian felt immense pressure. He opened his mouth twice, but in the end, he seemed to have accepted his fate. After sighing, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, fine. Since you insist on asking about this matter, then this emperor can only tell you everything I know." No. Yes, I don't know much about this either. Yi Xian didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Back then, the bloodline ancestor of the demon race came from the mother planet. When he came to the first universe, he had a few descendants and followers from other races. Clearing his throat, the first demon king put on a serious expression and slowly said, "The demon race of the first universe is the bloodline descendants of a descendant of the bloodline primordial ancestor who lived in this world." Later, although the bloodline primordial ancestor, his descendants, and followers of other races all left the first universe and embarked on a journey to return to their mother planet, the descendants of the primordial ancestor who left behind the demon kin bloodline in the first universe and the second generation of the primordial ancestor's descendants, they didn't leave and have been guarding the ancestral land of the demon race all this time. The first generation descendant is an emperor level undying. He's been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Once he breaks through, he'll become an emperor level undying, invincible. His eldest son, who is the second generation descendant, is an emperor level undying. He's the ancestor who's guarding the demon race. Besides that, the demon race has a few descendants after the second generation. However, they're all at the universe grade. No one has broken through to the undying grade. And this is just a branch of the bloodline left by one of the descendants of the ancestor. Back then, there were several descendants of the primordial ancestor. In addition to our bloodline, there was another descendant of the primordial ancestor and a follower of the primordial ancestor. They also left their bloodline in the first universe. Those 2 branches are the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Butcher. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he subconsciously exclaimed, "As expected, I knew that those 2 old fellows had a close relationship with you demons. Now, it seems that the Mosquito Butcher should be the descendant of the other primordial ancestor. He should be a close relative of your demon cultivator race. As for the Mad Mosquito Emperor, he's a descendant of the other ancestor. Although he's not a demon, he's on the same side as you. You're right, but not completely right." The first generation demon emperor nodded and continued, "They are the descendants of the second primordial ancestor clan and the followers of another primordial ancestor in the first universe plane. However, they are completely different from us because Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher are descendants of the first generation ancestor." What? First generation descendants? Yi Xian was shocked. Although he had guessed the first part correctly, he didn't dare to think about the second part. What did a first-generation descendant mean? The first-generation ancestor descendant of the demon race was already an emperor-level undying even before the isolation of tens of thousands of years. Even his eldest son, who was the second-generation ancestor descendant of the demon race, was an official-level undying. The so-called first-generation ancestor descendant referred to the first-generation bloodline of the descendants and followers of the demon race. In other words, the father of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher Old Devil wasn't a native of the first universe, nor was he born in this universe. Instead, he came from that so-called star. They were from the mother planet. Before this, Yi Xian thought the two old monsters were at most at the universe level because the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhu Tian, was only at the Sector Lord level 9 pinnacle. However, it seemed like this was far from enough. The first-generation descendant of the demon race was an emperor-level undying. The other two branches were also descendants and followers of the demon race bloodline ancestor. Even if the first-generation descendant was slightly weaker, it shouldn't be as weak as the universe level, right? It had to be at least an undying, or even an official-level undying. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were about to tear apart, as though they were about to spit out flames. The two old men had lied to him time and time again. It had completely infuriated him. No one liked the feeling of being played like a monkey. In the past, the two undyings and even the Marquis undyings had always acted like grandsons in front of him. One pretended to be crazy, while the other pretended to be his demon slave. Now that he thought about it, Yi Xian simply had the intention to kill. Little friend, don't be rash. It's not what you think, there's a misunderstanding. As for what Yi Xian was thinking, even though the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhu Tian, was well aware of it, seeing how he was instantly enraged, his eyes about to solidify, he quickly stepped forward to calm him down and mediate. He continued, although the Mad Mosquito Monarch and the Mosquito Butcher are indeed the first-generation bloodline left behind by the two bloodlines in the first universe, which is the first generation of ancestral descendants, in a sense, they can't be considered as the first generation of ancestral descendants, so their cultivation is not as strong as you think, because... Chapter 4002. What? A doppelganger? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. This plot was truly melodramatic. If that was the case, then it was understandable. Since it was a clone, then it was naturally impossible for its cultivation to be as strong as its original body. However, that was not right. The original bodies of these two fellows were the first-generation descendants of the other two bloodlines. Even if they were not emperors, they had to be official undyings. The doppelganger of such beings should at least be normal undyings. Thinking about this, Yi Xian's expression turned gloomy again. He turned to the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhuentian, and sneered, even if it's only a doppelganger, their original bodies are the first-generation descendants. So these two old monsters should at least be normal undyings. They're just trying to fool me. Besides, even if it's only a doppelganger, can't a doppelganger communicate with the original body? They're still the same person. This is still a lie. They're just trying to fool me. No. Hearing this, the first-generation demon emperor shook his head again and explained patiently with a wry smile, as a clone of the first-generation ancestor, of course, he can't be weaker than an ordinary undying being. However, the two of them are special, so I don't think they're lying to you. Besides, normally, doppelganger and the original body do have a way to communicate with each other. However, this is a special case for Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher. They really can't communicate with their original bodies. They don't even know who their original bodies are or where they are. Because both of them have lost their memories. Plop. Lost their memories. As soon as the first-generation demon emperor finished, Yi Xian felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. When he found out that the two old fellows were only the doppelganger of the first-generation ancestor, he already felt that the plot was ridiculous. Who would have thought that the most ridiculous part was yet to come? Such powerful beings could actually lose their memories, and both of them at the same time. This was more like a made-up story than a made-up story. No matter how he listened to it, it did not sound right. To be precise, it's a seal. The first-generation demon emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly, including their power and memories. They've all been sealed by their original bodies. And there's more than one seal, which will be undone gradually. Perhaps a few layers have been undone, but it's definitely not all. As a result, both the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Butcher only know a little about their origins. The cultivation and strength they displayed did not match the level of a descendant of the first generation should possess. This is really fun. Why would I put layers of seals on my doppelganger for no reason? It's like wrapping a dumpling. What the hell is this? Hearing this, Yi Xian completely understood. The expression on his face also became strange. He shook his head and bitterly smiled. I really don't know what kind of mystery is behind this. These ancestors really know how to play. The first-generation demon emperor sighed again. Hence, there's no way to investigate this matter. Let alone us outsiders, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher don't know. It's really, sigh, I'm speechless. Yi Xian did not say anything else. His dissatisfaction and resentment towards the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher had mostly dissipated. In terms of resentment, these two old fellows were probably even more resentful than him. His cultivation and memories had been sealed by his original body for no reason, and he had been living in a muddle-headed state all this while. Anyone would have a bone to pick with this. If these two old fellows saw his original body in the future, they would probably rush up to him and strangle his neck out of resentment. Thinking of that scene, Yi Xian could not help but shudder. The doppelganger and the original body fighting upon meeting, such a scene was too beautiful. He did not dare to continue imagining it. The matter came to an end, and Yi Xian did not mention the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the wretched Mosquito Butcher again. Both sides did not mention the dissatisfaction they had with the demon race. Everyone sat down one after another, and the topic returned to the main topic, which was the current situation of the demon race. Before this, the Myriad Luo Federation Senate had already lost an immortal old monster in the demon race, so this time, at least 2 immortal old monsters will be mobilized. After pondering for a while, the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Yutian, had a solemn expression. He continued, in addition, the 2 large camps of the Third Universe's human race should each send 2 immortal old monsters. That makes 6 immortal old monsters. In addition, the allied forces of the Second Universe's various races will send at least 4 immortal old monsters. Otherwise, their strength would be far weaker than the Third Universe's human race and the Myriad Luo Federation. They are now in a hostile relationship, no longer allies. On the surface, they came to the First Universe to suppress the demon race, but in reality, they each have their own thoughts. They came with the intention of dividing the benefits of the First Universe's plane. Moreover, ever since the last unforeseen event, the source of all evil star field has been rather quiet. The eye of the heavens will definitely not give up on the void refinement array. There will definitely be other things that will happen in the future. For the Third Universe's human race, the Myriad Luo Federation, and the Second Universe's various races, they will definitely not let go of the good fortune of the source of all evil star field. However, because of the last 2 unforeseen events, they have lost too much strength, so they do not dare to rashly advance again. And if they can get a piece of the cake in the First Universe and occupy a star field, they can station an army here for a long time and closely monitor the source of all evil star field. At this point, the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Yutian, paused for a moment and turned to look at the gloomy upper echelons of the demon race. After a short while, he said in a heavy tone, 10 immortal old monsters have arrived at the same time. This time, our demon race will have to undergo the most severe test. And there is not much time left for us to prepare. At the latest, in 3 days, the forces from outside the plane will arrive in the first universe, and in 5 days, they will arrive at the Demon Emperor star field. Those 10 immortal old monsters will be dealt with by our demon race's great ancestor. If Linghu's strength is not damaged, he can be a support. As for beings below the immortal old monster level, our ancestral land will send a corresponding great ancestor to deal with them. The same goes for those at the Sector Lord level and Domain Lord level. As for those below the Domain Lord level, there is no corresponding force in the ancestral land to deal with them, so they will still need to be dealt with by everyone present. Chapter 4003. The First Universe, the Edge of the Demon Star Field. Here, separated by tens of millions of miles in the void, there were 2 giant planar-level wormholes. One end of the 2 wormholes was at the edge of the demon star field in the first universe, but the other end was in the second universe and the third universe respectively. These 2 wormholes were the planar-level passageways between the 3 universes. If the races of the second universe and the human race of the third universe wanted to conquer the first universe, their battleship armies would be sent through these 2 planar-level wormholes. At this time, near these 2 planar-level wormholes, there were a large number of battleship armies gathered. One belonged to the 2 camps of the human race of the third universe, and the Sunlan fleet of the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. On the other side of the wormhole, there was a punitive army from the various races of the second universe gathered. It had been nearly 3 days since the first battleship had rushed out of the wormhole. The armies outside the 2 planar wormholes had basically finished gathering. They were just waiting for an order, and they would approach the demon domain from 2 different directions at the same time, until they reached the demon domain. Demon Emperor 3 stars. Although everyone knew that the outcome of this war was determined by the high-end battle strength of the immortal rank, but whether it was the races of the second universe, the human race of the third universe, or the Wan Luo Federation. In addition to secretly dispatching the immortal rank old monsters to participate in the war, in terms of the conventional battle strength, which was the battleship army that had been gathered to the end, they still spared no effort. The high-end battle strength of the immortal rank only determined the final outcome of this war. But annihilating the demon race was not their ultimate goal. Whether it was the races of the second universe, the 2 camps of the human race of the third universe, or the Wan Luo Federation, the ultimate goal was to divide the benefits of the entire first universe by annihilating the demon race. After the war, the undying old monsters of the various great powers would not be able to do it personally. They would only make a general agreement with each other. After that, the specific process of the distribution of benefits would still fall to the conventional battle forces below to fight for it. Therefore, the scale of the battleship army brought by the major forces and races was extremely shocking. These battleship armies would play the role of fighting for territories and mountains after annihilating the demon race. If there were too few people, the benefits would naturally be too little. Everyone understood this logic. Because of this, the battleship armies dispatched by the races of the second universe and the human race of the third universe, as well as the Wan Luo Federation, all exceeded the scale of the previous battle for the source of all evil. Just the Wan Luo Federation alone had dispatched half of the Sunlan fleet. This time, after arriving at the first universe plane through the universe wormhole, the total number of battleships that had been assembled had reached as many as 5 million. Overseeing this blue fleet was a Universe 9th Stage senior statesman of the Senate. This person's name was Sa'er, and he was not a human. He was a powerhouse from a small race in the second universe. Nearly 10,000 years ago, he had been ostracized and represented his race to enter the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation. Now, he had grown to such a high level. The elders of the Myriad Luo Federation Senate were divided into many levels. The lowest level was the Region Lord Elder, while the next level was the Realm Lord Elder and the Universe Lord Elder. As for the Immortal Elders, they were the core of power. As a Universe 9 Grade Grand Elder, sire was only one step away from entering the immortal realm. He would become an immortal elder of the myriad Luo Federation Senate and enter the core of power. This time, he had been appointed as the commander-in-chief of the regular fleet. From this, it could be seen that the myriad Luo Federation was quite ambitious this time. They were prepared to do something big in the first universe and seize a large territory as their Federation territory. Perhaps after this battle, the myriad Luo Federation, which had not had an official star domain territory, would become a planar organization with its own ancestral land. Besides the myriad Luo Federation, the two human race camps, which were also from the third universe plane, had gathered even more shocking conventional forces this time. Both camps of the human race had gathered tens of millions of troops. The cultivation camp, led by the Tenju Celestial Palace and allied with other sects, had gathered a total of tens of millions of troops. More than 2/3 of them were all kinds of treasure battleships, while the remaining 1/3 were all kinds of battleships and fortresses of various sizes. Leading this army of tens of millions of battleships was the first palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, which was also the deputy palace master of the Heavenju Celestial Palace. This person was called Gong Shoshin, and his appearance was that of a wushu green-robed old man. His cultivation was very strong, and he was also at the universe rank 9 great perfection. He was only one step away from entering the immortal realm and becoming a supreme immortal old monster. As for the human race's technology camp, they had also gathered tens of millions of battleships to form an army. Half of this army came from the immortal army of the imperial capital's immortal star, while the other half came from the 3 great empires under the imperial capital. The commander-in-chief of this imperial capital's immortal army was called Long Xixia, and he was a reclusive old monster of the imperial family. His cultivation was also at the universe rank 9 great perfection. Just the third universe plane alone had gathered an army of 25 million battleships and battleships. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies was a half-step immortal old monster, and there were 2 ordinary immortal old monsters lurking in the dark. This was definitely a powerful force, and the lineup was too luxurious. And this was only the forces gathered outside the wormhole that connected to the third universe's dimension. The troops gathered outside the wormhole connected to the second universe plane were about the same as the troops gathered here. Basically, all the large tribes of the second universe had organized a fleet to participate in this alliance. Among them, except for the Dark Turtle tribe, which was among the top 10 tribes, the other 9 powerful tribes had gathered a fleet of between 1 million and 2 million soldiers. Just the combined strength of these 9 powerful tribes of the second universe plane was close to 20 million soldiers. In addition to the large number of fleets of other small tribes, the total strength of the entire second universe plane's alliance army was even more than 25 million soldiers, reaching almost 27 million soldiers. In addition, the commander-in-chief of the alliance army of the second universe plane's alliance army was a command council, which was made up of 9 old monsters of the top 10 tribes. These 9 old monsters of the 9 tribes were all at the late-stage universe plane, and more than half of them had already reached the universe rank 9 great perfection. In total, the enemy troops gathered outside the wormholes of these 2 planes had a total strength of more than 50 million soldiers. And this was only the so-called conventional combat strength that was revealed on the surface. Chapter 4004. The battleship army of more than 50 million soldiers was divided into 2 camps and assembled near the 2 wormholes at the edge of the Demon Star area. After 3 whole days, they were finally fully assembled. Then, with an order from the commanders, the 2 terrifying armies of more than 20 million soldiers set off almost at the same time, approaching the Demon Emperor 3 stars from the left and right of the Demon Domain from the same direction. Soon, they entered the Demon Star area. Such a terrifying army couldn't advance too fast. In fact, they didn't need to advance too fast. If they walked slowly, it would create an invisible pressure on the demon race. After all, such a terrifying army was basically enough to sweep across a universe. They couldn't resist the demon race at all. They were almost doomed to be exterminated. The pressure of facing extermination would become more and more intense as time went by and the terrifying army approached. 2 days. According to the estimation of the commanders of the two camps, the two armies would approach the 3 stars Demon Star area in 2 days in such a state of slow advance. The scouts of the demon race stationed at the edge of the star area had been informed of all this. They immediately reported all the information to the 3 stars Demon Emperor. While the terrifying armies of the two camps were still assembling their forces, the 3 stars Demon Emperor was ready to fight. The total force of the demon race was about 20 million battleships. Previously, Grandpa Mo had led 10 million battleships to form an allied force of 4 clans with the Hell Ant Clan, the Space Mouse Clan and the Giant Ferocious Clan. At this moment, they were in the depths of the first universe. Therefore, there were only about 15 million battleships left in the 3 stars Demon Emperor. In these 3 days, the two camps from the second universe and the third universe were assembling their forces, and so were the demon race. Each of the 8 foreign tribes of the demon dweller race had 10 demon dweller stars. Because there were still some clansmen in these demon dweller stars, each demon dweller star had some battleships guarding it. But in these 3 days, the battleships stationed on the demon stars of the 8 tribes had all shrunk to the 3 stars Demon Emperor. However, there were only about 4 million battleships. Including this part, the total number of warships stationed in the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor was less than 20 million. These 20 million battleships were now lined up in a straight line in the void of the universe outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. The left and right sides of the battleship stretched for tens of millions of miles. Unfortunately, compared to the forces of the 2 external factions that were slowly approaching the 3-star demonic emperors, they were still inferior in comparison. They didn't even have half of the enemy's forces. However, aside from this army of close to 20 million battleships, there were also close to 6 million native ferocious beasts gathered in the Demon Emperor's 3 stars defensive perimeter. Originally, the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil galaxy were numerous, but during the first calamity, most of them failed to escape and were buried in the netherworld cauldron under the wrath of the Heavenly Tao Heavenly Eye. However, although the native ferocious beasts that had escaped with the help of Yi Xian Shenong Cauldron were not many in number, only around 5 million to 6 million, but almost all of them were elites. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts had all revealed their bloodline true forms. Each of them was huge in size, comparable to a battleship or a fortress of various sizes. Some of the more powerful existences even had bodies of tens of thousands of feet, comparable to a fortress of various sizes. As for battle prowess, a native ferocious beast, after revealing its bloodline true form, was basically on par with a Starry Sky battleship. After all, although the Starry Sky battleships had starship cannons, the native ferocious beasts also had innate abilities and were more agile. In a battle of attrition, it was really difficult to say who would emerge victorious. In other words, the 6 million native ferocious beasts could basically be regarded as 6 million battleships of various types. Including them, the total number of the demonic race's forces barely reached 25 million. Compared to the total number of forces of the 2 external factions that were approaching, they had reached half of the enemy's forces. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts occupied a large corner of the demonic race's defensive perimeter. All of them revealed their bloodline true forms and bared their fangs and brandished their claws in excitement. For the demonic race, the upcoming battle was a battle for the survival of their race. For the nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts, the purpose of this battle was only to obtain food and store it. After the battle, they would slowly enjoy it when they returned to the farmer god cauldron. As for the survival of the demonic race, they did not care at all. These native ferocious beasts acknowledged Yi Xian, but it did not mean that they would love him for his sake. It was the same for the demonic race. All the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil star field had some desolate era bloodline in them. They had their own pride, and it was already good enough that they acknowledged Yi Xian and sincerely followed him. Yi Xian did not intend to force them to do the same for the demonic race. In fact, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, the devil cultivator was only a relatively close ally. In this battle, many of the demonic race would die, and so would the native ferocious beasts. When Yi Xian took them out of the farmer god cauldron, he had already specifically reminded them of this point. However, when these foodies heard that they were going to hunt soon, and it was going to be a large-scale hunt at that, and that they might not be able to finish the food they had accumulated in a year after the battle, they immediately felt as if they had just been injected with chicken blood, and started to shout excitedly. As for the so-called death, these native ferocious beasts obviously did not care at all. In the environment of the starry sky, if they wanted to survive, they had to take all kinds of risks. If they did not even dare to take the risk of dying in a battle, they would not be able to go far at all. In short, whether it was the demonic race or the nearly 6 million powerful native ferocious beasts, they were all ready for a fierce battle. After this battle, they would either soar into the sky and eat to their heart's content, or die without regrets. A day passed quickly. From the left and right corners of the void, the two large camps were slowly approaching. They were already close to the central domain of the demonic race. They were not far from the Demon Emperor domain. Chapter 4005. The 11 Immortals, this time all came in person. But at this moment, all of them had perfectly concealed their figures outside of the void and were lying dormant in different parallel planes. If they hadn't kept a trace of their divine sense to pay attention to the situation here at all times, they probably wouldn't even have been able to capture this obscure aura. In fact, even if the 11 immortal old monsters were paying attention to the situation in this plane at all times, the starry sky experts below the immortal realm still couldn't capture their aura. In the void ahead, the two armies were slowly advancing towards the Demon Emperor 3 stars. No one sensed that there were 11 immortal old monsters following closely behind them tens of millions of miles away. Even the commanders of the major clans, although they knew that the immortal old monsters behind the clans had already moved out and must be paying attention here, they didn't know where they were. However, the 11 immortal old monsters all knew of each other's existence. At the same time, they also knew that the ancestor of the demon cultivator race must have already captured their auras and knew that there were 11 immortal old monsters of the same level approaching. It was very difficult for an immortal old monster to fall, unless the disparity in battle strength between them was too great, or if one side had some kind of extremely powerful killing treasure, such as the Rai Di seal in the hands of Yi Xian, the Shinong cauldron, and the like. It was just a fight between two immortal old monsters of the same level. At most, there would be a situation of some serious injuries. Even if the weaker side was no match for the enemy, at least they could escape, at most paying a certain price. But this time was different. The 11 immortal old monsters had arrived at the same time. The demon man ancestor was almost doomed. In the opinion of the 11 immortal old monsters who were about to approach the Demon Emperor 3 stars, the other party either didn't appear and watched the Demon Man race be destroyed, the Demon Man star area and even the entire vast First Universe plane would be divided by the powerful allied forces from the other two planes. Or, once he appeared, he would definitely die. 11 immortal realm old monsters at the same level as him were enough to seal the entire star area the moment he appeared. Even the immortal realm old monsters couldn't tear open the void and leave. They could only grit their teeth and stay behind to be killed. This was definitely a wonderful feeling. For these 11 immortal old monsters, being able to annihilate a powerful clan and kill an immortal old monster at the same level was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These 11 immortal old monsters didn't intend to act rashly. In their opinion, this was just a group of demons within the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. They couldn't even resist the 50 million soldiers in front of them. Their target this time was the foundation ancestor of the demon kin race, as well as the ant-like junior who had the ability and means to kill an undying being, the younger brother of the demon kin, Mo Jinfeng. Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon kin race, was confirmed to be within the 3 stars of the demon emperor. However, even though he had the means to kill an undying being, he was still just a star lord. Even if the 4 great evildoers were one, and they were known as the number 1 of the younger generation in the world, no matter how monstrous they were, they still hadn't grown up. Therefore, although the 11 immortal old monsters listed him as a target to be killed or captured, they didn't really regard him as an important target. The only one they were really interested in was the Foundation ancestor of the demon kin race. Until the Foundation ancestor of the demon kin showed up, the 11 immortal old monsters from the other 2 planes wouldn't take action, nor would they interfere with the battle at the front line. What they needed to do was to follow the army of the 2 camps into the Demon Emperor star area and pay close attention to the slightest movement. Once the Foundation ancestor of the demon kin race showed up, they would immediately seal off the entire star area and attack the immortal old monster of the enemy camp. They would start to suppress and kill. As long as they could do this and deal with the ancestor of the demon race, it would be equivalent to solving all the worries in the future. They wouldn't even need to stay in the first universe for a long time. The subsequent matters of dividing up the benefits and seizing the territory would be managed by the clan below. The upper echelons would be in charge. The 11 immortal old monsters were tens of millions of kilometers away from the terrifying fleet of the 2 camps in front of them. They didn't enter the Demon Emperor star area at first. But now, as the huge fleet of the 2 camps advanced forward for a day, they had already entered the central region of the demon domain. Although the 11 immortal old monsters behind them were still dormant in the parallel space, the wisps of immortal divine sense they had extended had finally officially entered. They entered the Demon Emperor star area. It was also at this moment that the 11 immortal old monsters sensed something at the same time. The strands of immortal divine sense that they had extended all shook slightly. After a short period of dead silence, they began to secretly communicate with each other with surprise and suspicion. Ha! This is the aura of an immortal old monster. That's right. It's definitely the resentment left behind by an immortal old monster when he died. Although there's no specific consciousness, it's extremely clear. It hasn't been more than 5 days. It seems to be more than 1, at least 2. What happened? Within 5 days, 2 immortals have been killed in this Demon Emperor star area. Who did it? The Foundation ancestor of the Demon Emperor star area. This is definitely intentional. It's meant to warn us. Otherwise, why would an immortal old monster leave behind such a clear resentment after killing the immortal old monster? The other party's intention is obvious. It's to let us know that in the past 5 days, he has killed 2 immortals in this Demon Emperor star area. He has killed at least 2 immortals in this Demon Emperor star area. You want to scare us with just this? 2 immortals and 11 immortals are 2 completely different concepts. What's more, the 2 immortals who were unfortunately killed were most likely tricked by him and killed separately. I don't believe that this Demon Emperor star area ancestor has the ability to fight 1 against 2 and kill 2 immortals of the same level. He has the strength of an immortal old monster. That's too childish. His mind has clearly been thrown into chaos, and he's even using such a low-level and laughable trick. If he really had the strength to kill 2 undyings of the same level at the same time, why would he intentionally reveal it? When the time comes to suddenly explode in the middle of the battle, the killing power is even stronger. Damn, he's tough on the outside but weak on the inside.